you too. Yeah, so we got up to a point where even if it was going to take 24 months and 22 months later we got a verdict, we got rightfully so. A lot of distractions along the way. And that is not to say they're in distraction even a week prior to the verdict. And, the biggest distraction we actually got of all time is VDM that's decided that he now has a generator that works 24/7. Maybe he's running off something else, solar power or what have you. It has been the first time, second time, and then third time. He kind of thought he's here to stay. Now, really doesn't matter who you think you are. The bottom line at the end of the day is that whether you have a movement, whether it's an NGO, whether it's a foundation, the inquest is accommodated precisely high and above a group of institutions that they want to welcome. And, if you are late to the party, and you actually think that going out interviewing people, giving them money to entertain you, entertain the public that enjoy sensationalization, that's also a good thing because you have a brand, you have a platform. Maybe you got bored and you're kind of looking for something to give you a little bit of credence again, something, as I say in the celebrity world, the moment people stop talking about you, you are nobody. And most celebrities out there that wants to be celebrated will always have to look for something where people can give them kudos. And as for VDM, I congratulate him for the energies instilled into the process, and I would say well done to him for whatever it is he hoped to achieve from it. But as far as I'm concerned, there isn't anything useful that will emanate from these all interviews. You can do the interview from now till tomorrow. It's just the continual entertainment that you give the public that just love sensation. People who don't want to accept that this whole quest is over. The inquest is over. Recommendations are made. Advice and advisory measures have been put in place. Should something of this nature happen in future, let's kind of use that as an ammunition to kind of fight the process and do the right thing. So whoever it is that is pushed in the direction of the father to say he was irresponsible enough to have buried his son sort of like hurriedly, and perhaps even the wife was irresponsible to know that the right thing to do would have actually been to have taken Mohbad to the hospital, especially when you have two hospitals sort of within a short proximity to the property. Now, that's that about that spending the nurse. And it's up to anybody else that wants to be indicted this time around, because when you start bringing something new into the process, you allow the Aries of today and the Sammy Jojo of tomorrow to kind of engage with you and coach you into going live to tell concocted stories that doesn't have any head of tail. We know the concerned citizens, I'm sure Susie for Justice is one of them, calling themselves concerned citizens. If you were concerned citizens, I would have actually thought that you are 22 months to be concerned, to drop your petitions, to drive your petition through whichever process. The idea of waiting through to the end of the inquest, after the verdict, to now push out and say you have petitions, I think is laughable, really. I think we are intelligent enough to know that no matter how loud we shout on this black app, we have nothing to offer the inquest. We have absolutely nothing to offer the judicial process. All we can do is be bitter and embittered about all the effort that people have put into it, all the money they've spent, all the sleepless nights they've actually put into the process that has inflicted pain and torture onto their lives. Times that people should really have got out there to do something meaningful and useful for themselves, their family, and their future, and the future of their children. They open platform concocting all sort of wrong narrative, assertion and aspersions, fighting themselves. And now, obviously, if you're speaking the truth, you belong to a particular camp. If you're speaking it your own way, you belong to another camp. I mean, thing is that when you become an adult in your life and you're not really championing a process of the manifestation of goodwill and good deeds in your life, and all you can do is to come to social media, to come and gang fight, to come and lose your mind, you lose your focus, you lose your thoughts. The quest is good. It is good for citizens to be concerned. But the concern for me will be that people actually think that they have something to offer the inquest beyond the actual finalization and the finality that has been put up to this process. Put as many dots on it, put as many periods to it. Justice for Mohbad is done. 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 Now, if you want something to do with the rest of your life, unashamedly, you want to start another crusade, the government of Nigeria, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, will not open another inquest for justice for Mohbad. It's done and dusted. Now, unless you want to join Spending and the nurse in the higher court to actually implicate and indict yourself, which I will not believe will be the case. It's okay if you don't want to give it a rest, but the bottom line is, it's over. It's gone. It's finished. Kaput. 22 months later. And I don't even think there was an indictment. I think what we got originally is that Baba was indicted because he buried his son hurriedly. Wumi was indicted because of negligence of duty, or whatever the case may be. He should have done this, should have done that, and what have you. Now, whether you want to go through the process of identifying who the nurse is, how many nurses are there, who was in Nigeria, air conditioner doesn't fit on the window, they don't do this in Nigeria, in America, they do it in Africa, and all that kind of stuff. It's too late. It's too late. 22 months. Concerned citizens of Nigeria, nothing tangible, no credible petition. Hold a petition in Alagmo and Zone 2 under the cabinet. They are fed up of entertaining the mockery you guys actually made out of the pine of a 26-year-old man. Yes, a lot happened. And no, none of you have got anything in any form or shape to loan to the inquest, to loan to the DPP, to loan to Nigeria as a federal state. And that should be a shame on anybody that actually believe that, oh, let's wait until the inquest is over, then I will bring mine. You are not going to bring anything useful. There isn't really any form of engagement that anybody can put into the process without engaging with the family of the deceased. The main complainant that we know that the inquest recognized the verdict is Mr. Joseph Aloba. Love him or hate him, kid him or friend him, there's nothing you can do to him. On the other side, where you've got the aspect of the wife and older people that are going to say he's a wife that bite him and all that kind of stuff, you have no evidence, nothing tangible. And then the likes of the people that actually deemed it fit to go to VDM. VDM is paying you guys to tell us what we knew already. The only foolish individual in the village is the woman Afolashade or whatever she calls herself that went in there to concoct stories as taskmasters that engage with VDM have paid her. So she got money on double side, open a needless kind of worms, and then obviously all the Mama Akpati, all the Talakawas, all the Dawokus and Dawojais, and people who should really mind their life and don't have life for the past 22 months have lashed onto that. And all of a sudden, this is in us, this wasn't in us, this person was in Nigeria. I'm not giving anybody kudos. I'm not mentioning any miscreant, any maggot on my platform. No names, no maggots, no miscreants, because these people are just there to get accolades. The ones that they say you are the nurse, she's enjoying it. The reason why she enjoys it, she thrives off it. She gets off of it. Think about it. Whatever it is you assert, and no matter how dangerous the aspersions are, this individual is enjoying it because that is how it's been since this individual came to play. And then you have various platforms that believe they are the heavyweights and actually pull the crowd and all that kind of stuff. Look, you have flogged this donkey. The donkey is pied. Now, those big platforms, if you think very deeply, the three on average of them, why did they not find another course during that period of time to monetize, to get lions, to get universe? No. There was no money in politics. There is no money in associating women to men. There is no money in any good deed. But there is money in the death of a young individual that people lashed onto. I'll market all of you now that the inquest is over. Where are your Gololite followers, your gullible fellowship and followership and union? Where is your stadium today? How full is your stadium today compared to 22 months ago? And these are the things that we need to instill into our minds. Common sense going forward. Fellow Nigerians, situation like such as Mohbad, I don't wish and pray on anybody. I will, at this moment, sort of like, again, as I always do on my platform, loan out my condolence and condolences where applicable to the family of the deceased, Mr. Joseph Aloba, Abosede, the mom, Darosha, the uncle, Adura, the brother, and Blessing, the sister, because what you guys got in 22 months, it's not deserving to someone who's actually lost a loved ones. I apologize on behalf of all Nigerians on this Black app, including myself, for all the bad deeds and all the bad talking we've actually kind of thrown in the direction of the family. It's needless, but people were having fun, catching fun, and some people made it a lifeline. And then the dynamics of the game changed over time, and we are where we are. The father will move on, the wife will move on, the mom will move on, uncle, sister, brother, mom, everybody will move on. Now, it's high time we packed our bags and moved on. It is just one of those things that there are a lot of issues in the Federal Republic of Nigeria that actually needs our attention, that would have needed our attention if we were focused. But we were focused on this, and we thought it's a quest for justice. Now, justice may not be served. I will tell you that all the sons in Nigeria would have had cases where they did not get to the bottom of or accomplish anything to their suit, but they moved on. If you want to talk about San Falana, I'm sure he would have been dished his own cake through the judicial process, where he would not have won all his cases, and he will move on. And if someone's son as bright and as accomplished as San Falana decided not to go anywhere near this case, when various NGOs and foundations have walked away, and even the ones that decided to put their gauntlet into the process actually sort of like fell shy and walked away. It is a very complex case in a simplistic setting, but there is a lot that happened. There is a lot of association. There are too many institutions in this whole process. Nigeria hasn't seen something as simple as this before that got so complex we were unable to solve it. Now, if the inquest have given you what the inquest is going to give you, there is nobody on this black app, not a single individual on this black app can wake up, oh my God, who did that? Some kind of gift. Whoever did that, thank you to that. I just saw a flashing light somewhere. I thought I'm going to acknowledge that. But oh my God, I don't know. I think that's Lenchi Baba. I salute. I doff my filaria to you, sir. Nice one. Beautiful. And then, yes, and then we hear, and then, look at the situation in Nigeria today. People suffering, people not able to afford their daily needs. They go to work, they do 101. Breakfast in the morning, actually breakfast around 11 o'clock, no lunch, and then maybe you save your dinner till around maybe 8 or 9 and cement your belly again. And that is the tip of the iceberg. When the middle class in Nigeria that are not recognized seem to have vanished overnight. Vanished. Because all we see is the upper class, the people at the top, and the poor people, and nothing in between. And Japa syndrome is kicked in. And even when people Japa without putting full consideration into the process, what happens? They get to the West. They get served breakfast because they haven't thought it through. And these are the kind of things that are there. The problems we have in Nigeria has been there since the inception. The population is grown, and the more the population itself grows, the more issues we cover until it gets up to a point where he explodes. Baby boom. The Nigerian population is grown from 200 million. We can no longer hide the fact that it will be around 230 million people in one country that doesn't give people the facilities to excel. The infrastructure is crumbling, and all the good deeds that people believe they are doing in our country today, the ministers, the governor, the president, the Aso Rock, when they do it, they want to make the citizens of their country feel. How do you want them to feel? You want them to feel like you're doing a great thing. Should we compensate you for fixing the road? The roads that should have been there should have been maintained profusely and continuously since the 60s. These are amenity, these are infrastructure, these are basic needs that we need. We have a nation, we supply electricity to neighboring countries, and we cannot even manage a 24 hours electricity. Small businesses will have to depend on generator in Nigeria. Generators, power generators. In a country like Nigeria, GDP of Nigeria, the supreme country in Africa, the giant of Africa, an elephant that cannot even do jack, that cannot even trample on any other animal, an elephant that is a laughing stock in the animal kingdom. That's the Nigeria of today. And hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria hid behind this black app for 22 months, wasting their lives, their time, their future, their energy, their intelligence for 22 months. Yes, the quest is there. Yet we would like to have justice. But we've picked up this little tool of entertainment, and we've entertained ourselves for 22 months. Now, my brothers and sisters, this is over. Pack your bags and get the hell out. Now, I'm going to bring anybody up. I have my supreme people. They're always there. I will always celebrate them because they are my people. And then, yes, so let's bring people up. Engage. Let me.
It's actually Bajabu.
My brother! My brother!
Bajabu,
So...
Kerry Nigboko.
Kerry.
I was so. Some show jam.
We are here. We are here. I'm done with my monologue now, so it's time for me to engage.
I think my network has
as
issue.
we do normally. So you have the floor, man.
I think my network has issue. Am I audible?
Oh, brilliant.
It's fluctuating, yeah?
No, it's okay, sir. Apart from the noise in your background, if you're able to control the noise in the background, Messi Idris, is that you? Or is it African TV? My screen is gone wonky again. Is there African television there? Whoever it is, speak, and speak. Right, come on, grab the mic. I think that's African television, if I'm correct. Aristocrat is going to deal with the noise.
Yes, I'm here. How are you? Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, my brother. I'll tell you something. A breath of fresh air, because as soon as you say good afternoon, I can see the sun around me. Sunshine is kind of now blazing again. We had a thunderstorm towards, I think, midday.
Oh, really?
The sunshine came back again, and you have brought the sunshine back to play. My brother, anything that is on your mind,
Amen.
go for it.
On my mind, oh God, I have to follow your monologue because you broke my heart along your monologue because the truth hurts.
I decided to just
The truth of your monologue for me, the truth is, it is over, and some of these numbnuts refuse to close the curtain.
Yes.
They refuse to close the curtain, and what curtain they should close is this false gaiety. We call it false gaiety. This fake happiness that they're doing something while they're really doing nothing.
Yes.
These guys, they've turned practically now to bashing one another. And some camp try to say, oh, we're looking for peace. The same camp looking for peace is still out there bashing another camp and another camp, But all said, well said, it is indeed over. We can only hope to exhaust the legal remedies that are available in any form of appeal if a good team, a reliable, responsible group are able to approach the courts to exhaust whatever legal remedies are available. But otherwise, with regards to all this lion gifting and star gobbling away to collecting platforms, you said something that really hurts me. You said the giant of Africa, 22 months, we could not do anything. And that's just a fact. That's the gospel truth. As big, as smart, as bombastic or communicators that we are, analyzing, over analyzing, spending the time. You said another thing. Lives wasted 22 months in false gaiety, wishful thinking. And it's amounted to nothing. And instead of the few that are available to say, wow, we failed, how do we now make some sense out of this whole thing? How can we make sense out of it? They are still bringing people up with fake. You talked about you talked about so many things. Like, I have to repeat your monologue because I'm listening. I'm like, wow, this guy is bleeding my heart. And the reason you're able to bleed me is because I'm one of those who believe we can get something for this boy, Mohbad. But the truth is we've been surrounded and deluded for 22 months with lies. And the lies come from us, not just from whoever, eliminated Mohbad. We, the people, have joined hands, creating false narratives, chasing false narratives, and even fighting over false narratives. And now the judge has spoken. They still refuse. And I think conclusively for me is this. If we fail, let's fail legally. If the court has given us spending and the nurse, I'm not going to fight the system over spending and the nurse. Because for me, in the beginning, somebody must go down. Somebody must go down. Now, if the chip falls on spending and the nurse legally from the court of law, who am I to fight it? Who am I to say they're wrong? So spending and the nurse, if they believe they are clear, they should put together a good team to exonerate them. Otherwise, I think I'm going to draw my curtain and let it rest on spending and the nurse until any magic that the angel of justice is willing to give us. And if you notice, I don't go on platforms every day anymore. I listen and I'm like, oh, this is boring. It's beginning to become a turn off for me to even go on platforms. And I made the mistake of going this afternoon because I saw you. And when I saw you, I was like, wow. Because I was already thinking to myself, where's the IT guy? Did the IT guy stop going live? So I was looking for you in my mind in the past few days. And then when I saw you, excitedly, I jumped in there like, oh, IT is here. Okay, maybe we'll get something going. Then I had the conversation on, apologizing and numbnuts thinking because you apologize to them, they become the king.
There wasn't any apologies offered anywhere. It was just Solake likening me coming up to what he conceived or perceived as the lion's den as a motion to apologize. And I'm thinking the reason why I decided to kind of come up is because of the host. And what they were talking about wasn't really much to do with justice for Mohbad. I think they're talking about life after justice for Mohbad, engagement beyond that, and all that kind of stuff. Richie was there, the Snipers platform, and there and about. And as soon as I said good morning, pride just jumped at my throat and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, I conducted myself the best way possible. I even got told off by a family member for roguing myself to have gone to the platform in the first place. Apologizing to my own family. Or at the end of the day, the thing is, there are people who get a bono, a hard on, and they come off apologies. And I'm not going to give them the opportunity to jack off any form of apologies from me. Never. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So,
Yeah, you see, like I said to you, sorry to interrupt you. There is no point in apologizing to any of these numbers. Even if you want to be a gentleman, for the sake of peace and respectability, you say, okay, I'm sorry. I said one or two things wrong to you. Even if you did that out of your own integrity, you would have empowered their stupidity the more for them to say, "Oh, I think I apologized to me, so I must have been in the good. I must have been in the right. I must be a good guy," and so they'll continue in their stupidity.
they will play it from now till tomorrow. They will congratulate themselves. They will get lions on it.
And another thing with the apology is, don't apologize for shit if you ain't done shit wrong. If I called you out because you misbehave, I'm going to stay on that you misbehave, and that's why I said what I said. That's why I did what you did. So why would I come back and apologize to you? The least I can do is move on. I'll move on and avoid you, so that we don't have to cross paths again. Like the same way I blocked Paparano and moved on. He's a good guy, but he's done a few things I don't like.
They thought
Huh?
if they keep instigating it, then your heart will be kind of jolly, and then
No, ignore them and move on. That's the secret. You know that language.
aside that, I haven't even landed on the platform.
Gentlemen,
Before Pra decided to go for me. Anyway,
Gentlemen.
that aristocrat. Okay, good afternoon, my brother.
gentlemen, could you permit me to butt in into your discussion?
Jacob.
No,
Africa
mate.
TV,
Mate, no,
I
no,
hear you.
mate.
Me
Mate,
go-
mate, you're not coming in this conversation, mate. Mate, you're the wise one. You coming after we've aired all the dirty laundries. So we don't want no wise talk right now. We just want to resolve. If we don't see the Britico, what's the Britico?
Hey, listen to me,
See,
man.
Africa TV,
Stop
you
taking
know what?
the out of us British, like.
Because of this, because of this wise one posture, that is why many people drag me into their shit where they are fighting. Because many
Sorry.
people are of the opinion that one that is a fracker, aristocrat is sitting somewhere looking at them,
Aristocrat, African-
and he will be the one to
These are the
argue.
three musketeers, by the way.
That's true. That's true. We are the
Don't
three
forget that.
musketeers.
Three musketeers.
The three musketeers are
So
gathered again.
everybody, you know, many people have this thought that once people are fighting, yes, aristocrat don't fight, but the aristocrat knows about the fight. And aristocrat is sitting somewhere to say, when you finish fighting, let's settle it. I'm
Let's
just
settle
laughing. As far as I'm concerned,
You can't become our
Everybody
number one
do-
settler.
yeah, as far as I'm concerned, everybody do you. If anybody wrongs you and you want to have a fist cuff engagement, have it to whatever you want to have. As far as I'm concerned, at the end of it all, quench it, squash it, smash it if you have to, and if you don't want to, walk away. Life is not hard, really. Life
Very
is not
simple.
hard. Ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ láàrin wa, and we all met here. Now, back to the topic. I heard something, though I've been away. I don't know many things, but I've been watching all these snippets by secret expos and things that repost, listening to things. First, I think I love to correct a notion of many people on justice for Mohbad. The coroner inquest is not a court of law on this matter. It's not a court that adjudicated on this matter. The coroner inquest is only part of the investigation, which is a legal investigation that is looking for feed from medical and police investigation and public witnesses. The coroner, at the end of the coroner, we only give an advice to the Attorney General, who represent the states, and in inference to the DPP. Whatever the coroner, conclude on is not the finality of this case. If there are people that have to be charged to the court of law, they will still go to court of law and they will talk about it. I've listened to many commentaries where people are saying, oh, the magistrate does not have right on this matter. The magistrate does not. No. It is not like that. It is not like. People need to get it right. The coroner, as I've learned, has done his job. The coroner have made his own recommendation, which can be accepted or rejected by the Attorney General and his team. They can decide to say, yes, we've heard what you said, but there are other things we want to add. And they can say, yes, you are in line with what we are doing. Although, with what the state is doing and the activities of the DPP and the Attorney General, it seems they are in sync. And I, for one, have said from beginning, while we started this thing in 2023, I've said this case is quite kind of, but it's very simple. Kind of because there has been a sort of conspiracy that people are not actually coming out with the truth of what happened. Hence, you can't blame when people refuse to release information, and the information available to the authorities is what they work with. And a lot of people in the public as well, even with people close to the disease, have come out with commentaries that are kind of decoy and confusing. And people have gone to be creatives, formulating different types of scenarios of what happened to the diseased while they were not there. People have come out to say, we have recordings, where are they today? People have come out to say, we have evidences, where are the evidences today? None of it is showing up. It shows that many people ab initio have seen this opportunity of what is going on with the confusion of the suppression of real facts that allude to the death of the disease, and is not coming out even when the spouse of the disease came out and said they have killed him. That created a kind of confusion. Everybody was just running about like headless chicken. Everybody is coming with their own narrative of what happened. And at the end of the day, when government that has the institution came up with their own assertion and what they have evidence to take to the court of law, people don't seem to agree with them. But hey, in the court of law, it is not about sentiment or conjecture or beer parlor gisting or social media formulation and analysis. It is all about available, credible, verifiable evidences that can build a prima facie against any suspect that has been identified by the prosecutors, and they can convict them. So in this case, just like African TV said, it is sad that curtains has been drawn on this matter, and it has been drawn ab initio. The first time the Commissioner of Police of Lagos State in 2023, Commissioner Owomuwo, came and said what he said. I said that is the direction of the government. However, we can change the direction of the government only if there are available evidences and people went to market to do whatever they want to do. It is sad, but that is the reality. Secondly, with regards to our health institution, I agree with the host's monologue, while I differ in some areas. I'm saying this not because I'm a patriotic Nigeria and an unapologetic son of the soil that believe in a Nigeria that is working. But I am also a proponent of do what you say. And I'm a proponent of a servant leadership. And I believe that leadership is not about people that occupy position. All of us are leaders in our sphere of influences. And if that is the case for me, whether someone is a local government chairman, a commissioner, a governor, a president, a minister, or an industrialist, or whoever, we are all leaders because people follow us. As a man who has a family, you are the head of your family. Therefore, you wield influence on every member of your family and people that, attached to it. As a head of a business, you are an influencer to your staff. As a public commentator, you are an influencer to the people that love your analytics and what you say. As a creative, maybe a musician, an actor, a poet, or what have you, you have influence over people when you churn out your production or output. How are you influencing them to say, for Nigeria to be better, it starts with me and you, not only with the leaders? Now, there has always been this thing I always say. A colony of thieves can never produce a pope or a saint to be their leader. Because where will the saint come from if they need to pick a leader among themselves? Our leadership in Nigeria, our institution in Nigeria is a clear mirror of who the society is or what the society is. Our values have been eroded for decades, and we have never taken a conscious step to reverse it to what it was. Even as bad it was then, in the time of Awolowo and the rest, it was still bad, because my grandparents will say, oh, this government is this, that. There is no government in the world that is good. Even in the Bible, when Moses was leading the Israelites, his own sister came out to say, why is it only Moses? Someone will always come to chastise you. That means even we as human beings, we question God in some areas. However, the power God has given to human beings is the ability to choose between good and evil, the ability to have hope and to change their stand, the ability to use their mind to say, if you can think it, you can do it. Now, back to Nigeria. Our health system, various systems in Nigeria, is what it is today, not only by the leadership, but it is largely contributed by the followership. Hence, for example, I look at the death of the late president of Nigeria, late President Muhammadu Buhari. He died in the clinic hospital in England. For many people that do not know, the clinic is the biggest private hospital in United Kingdom. Private hospital, I will say. Private hospital. Therefore, it is the government that created the system for such clinic to exist. If you check many leaders of the third world countries, when they go abroad for treatment, they go to private hospitals. They go to private educational institutions. They pay money to be trained. It's because those governments created the atmosphere. Let's replicate it in Nigeria today. In Nigeria today, I stand bold to say there are many hospitals that can compete with hospitals abroad. But the question is this: are Nigerians using them? Don't we Nigerians have a stock-up syndrome of always going to where they say it is Ilu Oyibo that you must go. Even if an Oyinbo brings everything you go to Ilu Oyinbo to get to your doorstep, an average Nigeria will still not patronize them, because we have that colonial decay that it is only things that comes or exist in the white man's land that can help us. This is one of the problems. And this has nothing to do with government. Why am I saying this? In Nigeria, I know up to 10 hospitals that even rich people from other West African countries are coming to be treated. That rich people abroad do come because it's a bit cheaper. You have Nigerian German hospitals, you have Indian hospital, you have the Dutch hospital that the past and former vice president of the late president Muhammadu Buhari, Professor Oshibadu, did a major surgery there for him to set a pace. But I ask a question: how many of the elites in power or other people have helped to patronize these hospitals? None. None. There are hospitals in Abuja, in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, in Ogun State, that are handling a lot of diseases that people fly to go and spend money. They brought it down. And some people even go to Dubai now because there are German, English hospitals in Dubai. They will go there to treat themselves. Now, what am I trying to draw? We've always said this thing. Government do not have business in business. But this is the responsibility of government. Government has the responsibility to provide for the masses of the population. And government has the responsibility to create an enabling environment that private businesses can thrive, so that those who have the money do not need to travel out. Nigerian government have created those things. Over 10 hospitals are scattered, over 20 or 50 have scattered around Nigeria that are giving international medical treatment. But yet, people rather fly and go there. People rather go to these places and we not. Let's also go to the masses. I did a research back in 2015. No, not 2015. 2018, 2019. On mortality rates of mothers that are giving birth. And it was alarming that I found out that the number of people that are going to Elewe Omo are about 60% of the masses of Nigeria. And that is being, minimal. 60% of the masses of Nigeria rather go to Elewe Omo, rather give birth in religious, unaccredited maternity homes. Why others prefer more of public maternity home? Because they believe the manpower there with their experience. Why the rest of about 15% goes to the private hospital. But in Nigeria today, you have enough private hospitals. In Nigeria today, you have enough primary health hospital. I'm saying this because I practice in this field. And I've seen how this primary health are delivering babies. But how many Nigerians are patronizing them? Even people that are elite do come there when they want to give back. Hello, sir.
Sorry for the interjection. I need you to add this to it. Are these institutions that you've mentioned, are they affordable to the general public? Carry on. Thank you.
Okay, let me also go. Now, let's take Britain, for example. The general medical system for the generality of Britons is NHIS. Abi, what is it called?
NHS.
Help me. Did I get it right?
NHS.
NHS. Thank you very much.
Service, yeah.
NHS.
Yeah.
And the system is such that when you call, they will talk to you. What is wrong with you? If they find out what is wrong with you, you don't need to come and see doctor. They will tell you what to do. But if it comes to emergency, call the emergency line. That does not happen in Nigeria. I can boldly tell you, sir, in primary health in Nigeria. Let me take Lagos or the southwestern state. If you want to deliver a baby, the money, if there is no complications, if you don't have more than 3 tier, if it is not CS, you will not spend more than 55,000 naira to deliver a baby because of the current, inflation. Before now, about 3-4 years ago, it was 15,000 naira in primary health. And primary health is meant for everybody. And that is something Nigerian government, all successive government that I've known, they spend money in primary health, but Nigerians don't utilize them. Now, if to give birth to a baby is 55,000 naira, how much is that in dollars, sir? It is around, give and take, it will be around $40-something, about 30-something pounds to give birth to a baby. Where can you get that in the world today? Even not in Ghana. This is reality. Me, I don't bullshit. I do things because I am always on ground, and my profession makes me to do a lot of researches before I prefer solution to my clients. I do a lot of research, a lot. And I'm in this industry. And it amazes me that even treating malaria, you will spend less than 7,000 naira if you go to a primary health. Primary health. Because their major job is to take care of the wards. Of the wards. Now, if you want to treat a malaria, if you get your card, when they give you your 3 days medication, you will pay less than 5,000 naira. The card is 1.5. You are only paying 6,500 and they will treat you for malaria. You are gone. But the question is, how many Nigerians go to these places? People always come and say, government is bad, government is bad. You come to Nigeria and go to some places, you will be amazed. You'll be amazed to say, things are extremely cheap compared. Yes, we can put it to what their incomes are. Now, many state governments today are even running health insurance that in a month you will pay 1,000 naira for you to take any form of health services, even for operation that could cost you up to 5 million naira. You pay 1,150 per month. If you pay for a year, you are covered. A lot of states have it. Nigerian government have a system where even with that system, they give up to 1,000 people within each ward this free health from 50 and above and smaller children. A lot of things are happening. Yes, Nigeria cannot compare itself with America and Britain. If you look at it, how old is America? America will be 250 years next year. Britain have been existing in the time of Wales and all that since 17th century. When did Nigeria come out? Nigeria is how old? 1960. We are young as a country, but we move with the trend. Yes, a lot of things is wrong. And many Nigerians get some things wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nigeria is not a rich nation. I will say that anywhere. We are rich in mineral resources. That is the least. We are rich. But when you convert our richness, we are not rich. What is our population? What is our GDP? Is that richness? That is poverty. Yes, we are rich in mineral. But do we take those minerals that are raw materials? We have crude oil. Do we refine the crude oil, and instead of exporting crude oil, do we export finished product that will give us good money? We don't do that. We have trees, we have all these things. Do we export them? No. We rather sell them at raw and we'll go and buy it again. We are not rich. We might be rich in mineral. We might be rich in raw material. Raw material is not the finished goods. So we are not rich. That is my own thinking. Because I look at GDP of Nigeria compared to the GDP of many nations, or even Mauritius there. We are not rich. What are we talking about? We're not rich. And we still have citizens that are selfish. Today in Nigeria, all these people saying they want to turn Nigeria right, give them the post. They are only going there to steal. Today in Nigeria, we Nigerians, we want people to come and serve us selflessly. I joke about these three when Buhari died. Peter Obi, people were abusing him. Peter Obi is not in Castina. And now I asked the person saying, I said, how much will it cost you to go to Castina? Amechi went to Castina with a private jet. Do you know how much a private jet will take him there? Now, you expect these people to now be your leaders, taking private jet that they will spend $30,000 to go to these places. When they become your president, won't they collect the money back from you? You expect these people to be everywhere in Nigeria. They are not in government, so they are private people. So you want me to work on my life and now bring my money to be moving around Nigeria as big as it is, just for you to think that I'm good enough to be your president. It will not work. We cannot have our cake. We cannot eat our cake and have it. Nigerians must sit down. As well-traveled we are, we must sit down and look at all the society where Nigerians are, developed nation. How are they running it? Are we just looking at the fruit, or have we gone to see how they produce those fruits, how they have tilled the land, how they have sweated, how they came out with blood before they get to where they are? Are we ready to pay the same sacrifice? I rest for now, my brother. Thank you very much. Discussion continue.
Thank you so much, Aristocrat. I got so close to slowing you down there, and I thought, because obviously when you have people, people have bits and pieces to do. So thank you for a wonderful submission as always. Much appreciated. So as we trying to... As you guys are aware, on my platform, as you probably have experienced, my first few guests will have all the time in the world to keep the conversation going. And as you know, also, I do my monologues as I do normally. And without getting things off my chest, I will forever interject people. But now that I've actually done that, let's go. Is that Feyikemi? Feyikemi, is that you? Let's have you. Feyikemi. Feyikemi, are you there, or are you still warming up? Okay.
IT guy.
Hey.
IT guy.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hello. Please give me 20 minutes.
Okay.
20 minutes, please.
Let's go.
I'm not available for now. I can't speak now.
Yeah. All right. Go on, X-Carpet. X-Carpet.
Hello. Good
I was
afternoon.
touched today. Did you pray for me?
I prayed for everybody.
Amen.
Having just got into I know Aristocrat mentioned about your monologue. I always like to listen to it, but unfortunately, I missed it this time. So I'm not really sure what the monologue is about. So
It's just about everything. I think the summary of it is it's time for us to move on. That's the summary.
yeah, I mean, I've always said this, that if you are supporting a cause, or you are pushing a cause, or you are pushing a project, or whatever, there has to be checkpoints. There has to be checkpoints. You have maybe every 3 months or every quarterly. This is why people have quarterly reports, annual reports, mid-year report, and all of those things. It's to see where you are going. On a project, you have timelines. Oh, this project, is it worth pursuing, or should it be abandoned for now? Is it worth spending this amount of money on it? There has to be checkpoints everywhere, and it goes with everything that you do. Even when you are studying a course, at some point you have to consider: is this what I want to do? Should I continue or just move on to another course? My brother wanted to do medicine real bad. When he did JAMB, he scored the second highest for medicine in the University of Ibadan. And he got there with a week after. He came back and told my dad that he doesn't think that's for him, because he doesn't like seeing blood. And that is a chartered accountant. He switched, stayed home for 1 year, read, and then got the highest
result for accounting for University of Lagos. Go there. His name is the number. His name is there. He had first class, everything. Went to Harvard. So this is sometimes you go on a project. Okay, this is what I want to do, but then there has to be points where you have to look at: is this for me? Should I continue or should I just move on? Now, on this justice for Mohbad, I've always said it. There's no checkpoint. People don't have a checkpoint, and it's because they closed a particular door, which is the door that, okay, the widow may have killed him, the widow may have pushed him, the widow may have done this, the widow may have done that, but the door that they left closed is, or maybe the widow didn't do it. And you can't be fair if you leave a door closed. So you can go on this matter for 10 years because you closed that door that maybe she didn't do it, just maybe she didn't do it. You will continue to be on it for a million years because you don't want to open that door. So if you want to be fair, all doors must be open. Okay, you have a cause, you are pursuing that, oh, I think this person did it, I think this person did it, I think, but if you look back and say 2 years, I've been pushing this thing and I don't have a single evidence to prove that this person did it. And there are so many stories, corroborating stories and evidences that she didn't do it or she may not have done it. It's time to sit back and think, well, maybe it's time I just move on. Because I have nothing to support what I've been pushing for 2 years. It's like I'm moving with nothing for 2 good years. 2 years is a very, very long time. A child that was birthed September 12 when Mohbad died in 2023 is 2 years today. So just imagine how long that is. It will be 2 years in September, sorry. You know, so this is why we have to sit back and then now with the process, okay, this is the person I think did it. Yeah. This person I think did it. Okay, there's a coroner inquest. Open to everybody to bring the evidence. The whole world to bring whatever evidence you have. It lasted for, I don't know how long this thing is lasted, over a year or maybe 18 months now. They've concluded that this person that I'm saying did it is not even, there's nothing linking out to it. You know, and there is a lot confirming that she didn't do it or she may not have done it. Why then do I have to still have it in my head that I must still carry on saying that this person did it? Because you know why? The people who are saying this person did it, the evidence is that this person that they think did it should come out and say that they did it. That is the strangest thing. I've never seen it happen before. You are saying this person did this thing, but the evidence you want to rely on that they did it is them coming out to tell you that they did it. That is foolishness. If you are saying somebody did something, then you must have something proving that this person did it, or close to saying that this person did 90%, 80%. 99% saying this person probably did it. But you don't even have one. What you have is narratives from what stories they've been said and conjectures that assumptions that maybe they pushed him. Do you know that if Wunmi came out today and went public to say, okay, I did it, I hit his head against the rail, I stabbed him, there was a pool of blood, blah blah blah, she would be sectioned. They would have to examine her and say, is this person mentally okay? Because science and everything has proven that there is no other injury on the body other than the small mark in his hand. So how can you say you stabbed him, you hit his head? There's no blunt force trauma. You can't be all right. Yes, they say, people now, what they're crying is, Shade said there's pool of blood. I want to agree with you. The pool of blood was so much that it flowed all the way from upstairs. It flowed through the compound, flowed to the next neighbor's house. I agree with you. There was that much blood. Now, how do you prove it that where the blood came out from? We need to start thinking. The only injury on that body is that small cut. So you that are shouting there's pool of blood, how do you prove it that where the blood came out from? If he has stabbings or cuts or they slit his throat and hair, you can then say, yes, this is where the pool of blood came out from. Your lawyer has been to see the body. He said there's only the tiny mark. Gurexia has been to see the body. He said there's only that tiny mark. Autopsy, state autopsy said there's only that tiny mark. Your own autopsy said there's only that tiny mark. Nurse said there was no injury on his body. And then you are arguing about there's pool. Yes, there's pool of blood. If you can fill a tank, a 500 whatever tank, gallon tank. Yes, there was pool of blood. But how do you prove that? You know you can't prove it because it shouldn't make sense to you. But because it keeps you going, in your blind narrative that this is the person that did it, and you have people that are ready to follow that bandwagon. Yeah, because they will not sit down and think that, okay, hold on, no, you are telling me there's pool of blood, but everything is saying there's a tiny mark in his hand. How do we then justify this pool of blood? Oh, he bled profusely. Oh, yeah, he bled profusely. One thing you have to realize, that police were not there. They wrote a report. Okay, let's agree that he bled profusely. Your sense should tell you that. You can even Google if you don't know it. By the time you start losing 10%, 15% of your blood, you faint. Even when they take small sample of blood from you, I've seen people fainted. Or you start feeling dizzy, they give you something to drink or eat, you know. So if you bled profusely from Ikorodu to Third Mainland, you would have, before they even get out of Ikorodu, you would have bled like 10% of it. You would have fainted. But you want to believe he bled profusely. Then you want to also believe that he was struggling with me in the car. You want to believe that he didn't faint. He left the car. He went to the house. You can't be believing nonsense. It doesn't make sense. You can't bleed profusely and not faint. So when you bring all of these things and you're combining them together as your evidence to say we will get justice, and this thing is we'll get justice. I think they've even abused that line. We'll get justice is we'll know what killed Mohbad or how Mohbad may have died. And I also don't follow this trend that they think they are winning. No, we are going to win. Nobody is winning. The only thing is we'll have an idea of how Mohbad died. Nobody is winning anything. That is the justice. So when Coroner Inquest has said all of that, you have all this evidence and all this logic that you can use. You should be thinking maybe it's time to move on, like IT said. Maybe it's time to move on. You want to believe when the driver came, the driver has brought a new twist to the case. But you forget that at one point, Prime Boy was your main person. The person that you believed. I was on a platform with Vengeance like 3 years ago. Everything said, Prime Boy said, driver said. But logically, you think the driver messed up everything Prime Boy said. Prime Boy said that when Mohbad was angry, security came and said, you need to go now, your friend is angry, and he just walked away. Driver said he was punching you, he hit the glass, he heard the noise, you ran, they even chased you. Prime Boy said, he told me they stopped on Third Mainland. Prime Boy said, I didn't say that to you, I never told you that. But people were believing that they stopped on Third Mainland to throw the baby. Driver said they never stopped. Has that not finished everything that Prime Boy has said? Has it not shown that Prime Boy is lied? But you want to believe driver, you want to believe Prime Boy, you want to believe Spending about Third Mainland Bridge. But when Spending said there was a fight, a glass broke, you don't believe him. Because Prime Boy said there was no glass broken.
A very quick one. This Third Mainland Bridge situation, they did find its way into the CTC.
No, it's not there. Because if you remember, when Bukky Jesse was interviewing Spending on his show, Prime Boy went on that show and they were arguing. Prime Boy said, you told me that they wanted to throw the baby in the river, and Spending was almost going to have a fit and said, when did I tell you that? I never said that. He said, but you told me in prison. You told me. I said, I never said it. People are even saying I said it at the inquest. I never said that. It is not. They didn't release the CTC because they have stopped releasing CTC at the time. But now the driver has come to say they never stopped anyway. People are not going back to ask Prime Boy that why did you lie on this boy?
Yeah, but the thing is, it appears every man to their own devices, and then Prime Boy, as I've always he's probably one of the most streetwise guys on this process. Why? Because
you know what Prime Boy even did, IT guy? Prime Boy had come out to say that you told me in prison, I then told Baba. That is why Baba was saying it. Baba said it outside. But Brendan is saying, I didn't tell you. Why is it that it's you Baba spoke with? Baba never spoke with to me in prison. So if you see where that's going. And my own logic is that this was planned by both of them. I strongly believe in that. They arranged that story.
Sorry, my brother, and a British weather. I was congratulating the England for the sun.
Yeah, it just rained a few seconds ago. Now the sun rained.
Everything I put outside, I had to run and go and bring it back.
Yeah, it was sunny, then it rained, now it's sunny again.
Oh my God. We're going to get all the weather today, I'm telling you. This is good.
So the story is that why would Baba speak to Spending and Spending Prime Boy? And Prime Boy said, "Oh, Spending said they wanted to throw baby out of the river, and Spending is in the same prison. And you didn't speak to Spending, but you came out to say that story, and he caught fire. Anybody say yes, they wanted to throw baby out of the Third Mainland Bridge." The logic not say that this was hashed up between these two people, because there is no way you will tell me they wanted to throw baby and you not speak to the person that said it.
Let's even dampen that one because it's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Are we not saying the same thing as all the matters arising now? I don't know, the outcome of this interview with VDM is now giving people the impetus now to believe that they can go on for another 22 months. What do you think about that?
That is what I'm saying, that because that door is shut, that door, they've left, it can go on for 100 years. Because like I said, we see all of these narratives that they are pushing that have torn apart now about the blood. Okay, there is a 500 gallon of blood. Where did it come out from? He bled profusely. Okay, how can he bleed profusely and be fighting with me all the way through? He didn't faint. You know, they will tell you that they hit the head on the rail. There is no blunt force trauma. You get, so all of these things are there, but because people have closed that door, that can say, okay, maybe she just didn't do it. And this is what I'm saying, there has to be checkpoint. I'm following this narrative. I strongly believe in it. I should have a checkpoint to tell me, does this still make sense to carry on, or is this time that I just think maybe this is wrong, this is not.
But the thing is, if you ask that question, does it make sense to carry? There's nothing else left.
Exactly.
Doing what is a bit I don't understand. I'm trying to grasp and understand. And the reason why I've been offline I've been observing this whole latest shenanigan, which is baseless and useless. So the thing is, I'm thinking that when okay, let's just assume that Nigerians are intelligent. It's just an assumption. We might not be as intelligent as we think we are. Now, all the Nigerians are us that has been on this course. What is it about today, especially when the verdict was brought out? What is it about that is not a finality? That is my problem. Because I think that is a final nail on the coffin, and anybody who believes anyone needs to be indicted needs to go and do their petition. I can't see the petition going anywhere because all the similar petitions has been written in 22 months. The petitions are in Panti, they are in Zone 2, they are in Alagbon, they are under the desk there. Those guys are eating pizza, laughing at the people that are writing this, only to it's the same people that have come out and they are now telling us they are the concerned citizens.
It's because you know the final thing that
who is writing petition? Are people writing petition again?
Petition don't
petition are water now, aristocrats.
No people have arrived. They said they are the concerned citizens who have waited for the outcome.
They are now concerned
before they act. No,
that name said, that I coined.
No, they said they are waiting for the conclusion, the outcome of the inquest before they act. So they are now our new concerned citizens, which is a bit.
IT guy, you know the tiny thread that they are now hanging on to is that 3-second video. They believe there's a 3-second video.
Come on.
Let me explain that. The 3-second video.
Again now.
The 3-second video has trended for so long that it now got to a point that Binti Laye said he's seen it. He said, I remember when that girl, just me, interviewed Zomo. Zomo said, I'll send you that video immediately after that 6th interview. Remember, it was after then that Just me started posting where they called the mother to say, Wunmi wanted to leave in the night. The other one where she was arguing with Money, with Mohbad, saying, now you are behaving like it. It's part of that video. They are cutting all the parts that puts Wunmi in bad light. But good.
What's the title of the movie on Nollywood?
But Binti Laye has come out to say he's seen the video that he's not seen, and they sent it to Baba and the lawyer. If there was anything in that video, they would have taken it to the inquest. They asked Yomi last week, why didn't you take that 3 seconds? He said because they said they don't want any foundation. Why must you go as a foundation? You can go as a foundation to present evidence. What you cannot do is you cannot be part of the case and have your own lawyer asking questions. And it's open to everybody.
The thing is escapade. That's the reason why I said Yomi is as illiterate as they come. I don't know his level of education, but
No, he said I only went to secondary school. That he didn't go for that.
degree of illiteracy actually boggles my mind, because an inquest, just like any civil development, like in England, you have the jury, and a jury process. They would have thought it through. They would have engaged with members of the public and found the people that they want to put in the process. But the moment the process kicks off, that is it. It's common sense. That is it. Now, he picked that up along the line, because remember the Smith and Bankole situation. Even the people that call themselves son or no son, even they themselves don't have brains. Smith and Bankole should have known there is no way they will be accommodated on that process.
I said it. I even said it here. You can't have.
So even they should know. You see, what we have is that we have a son now. You took the DPP, bulls on, horns on, head on, and then you failed. And then you collected 5 million naira for what?
To appeal.
For what?
Appeal a judgment that said the DPP's authority is not in question, that you cannot adjudicate on it. It is their sole right.
You know what it's like? If you have a slim chance of not going to jail, you now decided that you're now gonna go and look for the judge on social media and go and drag him, and the judge now found out it was you. Case never close. It don't close now. These people have little brain, and the thing is, they don't loan their brain. They search information, they listen to something that has been posted before, and they loan their brain to nonsense. Let's hear from Otumba. Otumba, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? Thank you so much, Excapade. Otumba, are you there? Wonderful afternoon to you from where we are.
Yeah, happy Sunday, everyone.
Happy Sunday to you. And let me even give you guys a gist. I have sort of like my noble followers. When I say my noble follower, they are just my noble followers. They are the people that will ping me once in a while and say, IT guy, we haven't seen you out for a while. What's going on? When are you coming out? So Otumba, I celebrate you. Issues in the past, and then I became your number one fan, and you became my number one fan. I think we should celebrate that. All right, let's have you.
Yeah, thank you, IT guy. Yeah, Escapade have said it all. Yeah, I just want to say something about VDM. I don't know. I still don't know why people, the intelligent people, the people that comes on this platform and speak those people that speak and they put all their hope on VDM. To me, I believe VDM is not different. It's not different from what you are doing right here, IT guy. There's no difference. Oriyomi came, he left. Berekete ló lè ṣe, he came, he left. Yomi ni o. Yomi is not even, people are not even talking about Yomi anymore. So what is different between FIDM and these people? FIDM, he will only come and push his narrative, do his nice shenanigan. Nothing will come out of it. I don't know why people believe in these people than in our judicial law. There is a system. The people believe we have system in Nigeria, and there is system in anywhere in the world that people follow. They did two toxicology and two the autopsy. Both of it are almost the same thing, like Escape there said. The people are still shouting, "Oh, we want justice, we want justice." I don't know what kind of justice these people are looking for. I still don't know. Even if Wumi comes out today, or if anybody brings anything out like these people are always said, "Oh, Mohbad was stabbed, Mohbad they banged his head," or something like that. Nobody will believe it anymore. Even if Wumi comes out, "Oh, I stabbed my husband," scientifically they won't believe her. Because according to two autopsy and the toxicology, there is no other injury on Mohbad's body. Oh, they said Mohbad was bleeding or something like that. Where is he coming from? So, Escape have already addressed all these issues. And people that sound is intelligent, that need to educate these people, they follow their narrative also. So when are we going to be wise? When are we going to do things the way it's supposed to be? The way it's supposed to be? I don't understand. I don't. And the people that are supporting this all these false narratives are the people that reside in Western world. 80% of them are in Western world. They are the same people that supported this guy that just got arrested. How can you accusing someone without evidence and even go to public to accuse someone that he killed somebody without evidence? And these people that are residing in Western world, they knows that nobody can do something like that. You will get punished. And they are the same people supporting this guy. Now the guy got himself arrested. He got himself arrested. And they are blaming people. Oh, why do you guys do this? Why do you guys do that? Instead to advise the guy, instead to educate him. I think the people that are supposed to educate the people in Nigeria or give them proper orientation are the same people deceiving people in Nigeria. The same people. Because they used to say that traveling is part of education on its own. So we are that in Western world. What do we learn? They said that the system in abroad. Oh, system in abroad is working. System in abroad is working. But left to these people, they don't even practice what they learned at all. At least if the abroad system is working, if we are part of the system, when we go back home or we see someone in back home that doing something that is not right, we need to educate them. Look at this justice for Mohbad. Most people that are here now, they are not in Nigeria and they still abroad.
What should we do as citizens of the nation, Federal Republic of Nigeria, regardless of our location? Now, we've been tutored, we've been educated, and we found that this case is more complex than most. I think that police failed the process. If you're going to start the whole thing all over again, you will fail again because everybody are going to give you the same statement as they gave you before. So we failed because they say in law, some lacunas. And then if we liken that to missing information or disjointment, it goes to show that the judicial process, the police, the system is failed this process immensely. Now that we got to this verdict, we are where we are where we don't expect to find ourselves, but that will be that about that. What sort of advice would you then loan out to our citizens across the board, regardless of where they reside?
Yeah, IT guy. I think we need a proper orientation. Proper orientation. If, to my surprise, even the people that are based in Nigeria that not even travel, they're even better than these people they said they reside in the Western world, honestly. I don't know. Because what comes out of these people, you can't imagine, oh, so these people are truly residing abroad. And they are the people that come to social media that are proud that they reside in where the system is working. And they keep pushing out false narrative. Everything that comes to their mouth, you will be surprised. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know, IT guy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's been a very long journey, and I think that if you are on a journey for 22 months and you're in the Sahara, perhaps you want to travel the entire world by road and what have you, it will be more like one person in every 100,000 people on the Justice for Mobile. And then obviously you get people supporting you to say, when you get to Kenya, we've paid for your petrol already, and that takes us across, if you know what I mean. Now, if we then get to a juncture where we kind of have to say we are on a road to nowhere, because at some point we need to advise ourselves, we are on the road to nowhere, because whether you like it or not, the system is Nigeria. It's federal, it's local, it's state related, and now the magistrates are spoken. And the magistrate, no doubt, is being dragged on social media, as we normally do, because we don't have any choice in the. We drag the DPP, the Attorney General, the State Governor, and even federal, all the way to Asha Rock. And Tinubu said, hey, they dragged me, because when they finish with me, I don't go on social media. I tell my children, read it to me or don't read it to me. That's even our president. And then when they drag you on black cap, you are farting. Like Nami send you go eat beans and dodo. Otumba, you've spoken well. You have spoken well. Let's kind of see if we can find someone who hasn't spoken. Let's have Mr. Virgo. Is Mr. Virgo there? Mr. Virgo, are you there? Mr. Virgo.
A call.
There.
He's on a call, I guess.
Let's have you, aristocrat. If you
IT guy.
Let me just drop this.
Aristocrat, I want to know your opinion, please. I want to know. I'm not challenging you, aristocrat. If you want,
go for it.
If you want, you can speak about it.
Which of the opinion? Because I've made my opinion earlier.
No, I know. You know, I just came here. So I don't know. I don't know.
I've made my submission earlier.
I want your submission. I want your opinion on this guy that was just arrested, Sodium, or what is he called? And your opinion on
Sham Sodium.
Okay.
Sham Sodium, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a pity I don't know who that is.
I don't know him too well.
I don't know who.
I don't. But I
So
went to his
Okay.
page
The play of it. Hold on. Let me
check all his posts.
let me enlighten you a bit. Have you seen on social media lately a guy who's got placard saying is Wumi that quiet mobile going all the street of Lagos? You would have seen a slogan or any picture on any platform. That is
yes, I saw something like that last week on Secret Expos,
That's
and
it.
it said arrested.
That's a guy.
So I only saw it that he was arrested. So I don't really know who he.
Okay,
He's
let
a
me
dark
give you
guy
a-
like
let me
this.
give you a lowdown.
He's like from Niger Delta. You know, he speaks all these pidgin like Niger Delta.
Let me give you a quick lowdown. This guy kind of came on social media for Justice for Mobile out of nowhere in the last month. Let's give it the last month. He ended up on the side of Baba's platform. For almost a week, they were enlightening him on what he may have missed and pointing him in direction of what he needs to find out about Justice for Mohbad. But he landed on the side of Baba supporters. And then he'd already gone berserk anyway. I believe it was funded by the Baba supporters. And then by the time he opened his platform and showed his face, they dragged him in that direction, accommodated him and tutored him. And then they went berserk. He's been on Paparano's platform several times. He's a very boisterous and very energetic guy. Doesn't sort of like have patience, and is unapologetic. Is not only on this old course to drag Wumi as the buyer of the husband, is also on a vendetta with Iyabo Ojo as well. So in terms of defamatory, we know Iyabo Ojo is going through another one with something and Jorin or whatever the case may be. However that turned out, the case is thrown out of the court. She wants 1 billion or whatever the case may be. So this is the guy, and this guy has been on the streets of Lagos that even prompted Paparano himself to go and put a placard somewhere in Ikeja, Computer Village or something, because Akpakpa dragged Paparano to sort of like say, this is someone new on the coast, Justice for Mohbad. He's all over the place. You have been on this coast for almost 22 months, and we haven't seen you anywhere. You're hiding from everybody. Anyway, Paparano sort of like decided to heed to that for a reason best known to him. He ended up on the streets to do a placard that actually looked like no placard at all. But whatever the case may be, this guy has been everywhere, dragging, and he has people following him. And he also gave us an indication or impression that he's been on some other courses in the past. Akpakpa accommodated this guy on his platform, celebrated him, where he said he had a job, a good job or whatever the case may be. But because of his activism, it seems as if the workplace is not a place for him. But the streets, obviously, now that he's discovered Justice for Mohbad, out of nowhere in the last 22 months, but in the last month, he has been prominent on the streets of Lagos with his big, massive, bold signage and signpost that he carries about to say that Wumi by the husband and is now seeking justice. So that will give you
all right.
And obviously, after the show, you can find out more. Thank you.
I now understand, but this is what I'm going to say about the person. He's like, you see, in this life, Yorùbá bá lí pé ó bá ọbẹ̀ lábàtà ó fọwọ́ bọ̀. You don't know what has been going on. You came out from the blues and you allow people to lead you to whatever. So I think what many people just yesterday I made a post about content and the pitfall of content, and what I did was to put consent of content. Consent is key. That was the title of that post. Anybody can check it on my page, and I tried to explain Nigerian law, United States law, and the United Kingdom's law with regards to it. So, and I've always been saying this. Many people come on social media and believe there is no law guiding social media. There are a lot of laws guiding social media. Freedom of speech is guaranteed. You have freedom of speech, but there is limitation to freedom of speech. Because when your freedom of speech impedes on someone else's rights, you will be sanctioned. So a whole lot of people here just talk and do not know what to say. And I think probably that is what will happen to the guy with what you said. Yes, it's good to be an activist. Maybe during his activism, he has erroneously alluded and created a lot of innuendos that have set booby traps for him. And people have been sharing him on, and I think life is like that. But he should read the Bible in the book of Kings, and also in the book of Psalm. You should read the 2 Samuel, when David went to war and killed people, and King Saul also killed, and children and women were singing, praising David. Oh, David went to war, killed 20,000. King Saul went to war, he only killed 1,000, and the king was angry. That is what people can do to you. They clap for you. And David, who used to be, a choice person to King Saul, because he plays the harp for him whenever the evil spirit comes on him, King Saul wanted to kill him. He puts him in harm's way, not by virtue of David's doing, but by virtue of what the people were saying. And that is what I always tell people. Mind yourself. When you come out and you are talking, people are praising you here and there. Watch yourself. You think they all love you? When the trouble comes, you will be the only one there. I hope the person will learn, if he learns. But people just need to understand something. On social media, all over the world, there are laws that guide your activities. You don't use people's picture without their consent. They can seek an injunction against you, and it's punishable anyway. You don't call people's name and abuse them. You don't get people's audio and many things that they do not give you their consent. They can sue you. And a lot of things happen, and just because people don't act on it does not mean it's the right thing. Yes, you have freedom of speech to vomit anything you want to vomit, support whatever you want to, but mind the gap. And I think that is about that. On the case of Justice Obubad as to what the Equals came, the Corolla Equals had come out with. This is what I want to say. Let us be mindful that whatever came out of the Corolla Equals is only an advice. It is not a judgment. It is only an input to the prosecuting team of Lagos State as to those who they want to prosecute, those who they have identified as suspects. And from that, they can build their evidences. The inquest is just an inquisition, investigation, and that is their conclusion. They submitted their conclusion. It is left for the Attorney General and his team, the DPP, to look at it and see how it's going to help their case. We leave it there. Now, some people have also blamed that, oh, the magistrate does not. The magistrate is not judging on this matter. As a matter of fact, only murder charge will a magistrate not undo. Every other criminal matter, a magistrate cannot do it. Armed robbery, manslaughter, they cannot do it. Murder charge, which is a capital offense, they can. And the way this case is, I think it's going to be a second-degree murder for the less. And that is just their own recommendation. If the DPP now goes to court and put it as murder, manslaughter, or second degree, it's still left to them. It's left to whatever the DPP believe they can defend. So this matter will still go to court. There are suspects, they will go to court. And me, for me, aristocrat, I've said, issue. All what is happening now, I've said it in the past. And none have changed from my analysis. Because when you throw a feather up 1,000,000 times, it will land by the side. And so for me, I'm not breaking sweat because I know this is what will happen. And yes, some people, just as it is, we always say, we no agree, we no go agree, we no go agree. Allah will judge for ẹ, olóògbà, ta ló fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe. The system is meant to protect everybody. And the system, based on what is available, this is what they've come out with. Yes, people can say no, yes, this is not. But if the people have evidence as to their own narrative, they are free to come out with it. But it is 22 months. Nothing has come out. So what are we talking about? Also, if someone is lying, someone is talking, 2 people or 3 people are talking. If someone is lying to you, if the person that is being lied to do not know, the person that is lying will know. And that is the case of this Justice for Mohbad. And every other person that are involved in one short practices or the other. Everybody cutting corners. People, I won't say people are not intelligent. And neither will I say people are lazy. Because when you say someone is lazy, or you say someone is not working smart, but is just working hard, he's not lazy, he's working hard. It's just that where he's working is not productive, but he's sweating. Are people not intelligent? Yes, they are intelligent. It's just that they are limited as to their level or the capacity of their thinking. Their cerebral capacity cannot carry some things because they have wallowed enough. Because if a cub is born among sheep and grew up with the sheep, the cub will be behaving like the sheep until a lion comes and draw the cub out and tell the cub what to do. Say, be a way back pelara ọṣẹ, adọṣẹ. Àgùntàn tó bá dẹ̀ bàjá rìn á jẹ̀gbẹ́. If a goat lives with a dog that eat faces everywhere, he will also try to taste it because he feels that is what is right. And that is what to many people. We Nigerians, irrespective of where we find ourselves, you find out that you know that a Nigeria is talking, or in Nigeria is trying to add value to, or trying to analyze something. Because there is always a form of insular discussion or mono discussion or myopic view to things. Just like Escape said, some people have shut some doors. They are only looking into one door. They do not see any other possibility. And it is them not utilizing their thinking faculty. Not that they are not intelligent, but they are working below the par. On some other things, they are very intelligent. They are very intelligent. If they want to discuss on that area where they feel is right, you will see their intelligence coming up to validate that point that is myopic that they are trying to discuss. It shows they are not unintelligent. It's just that it is misplaced of priorities. And it happens to the best of us. So for me, why some people might say, oh, this thing has gotten to here, as it were, this is it. Some people, till thy kingdom come, till end, till this world will end, they still believe, no, our thought is our thought. So, just like the grace that God has given to all of us, we have the ability to choose whatever we want to choose. Let everybody do them. But for those who know the light and have seen the light, for those who do not close all doors and open one, for those who open their minds, and apply themselves to things, they will know that, hey, this is Ebenezer. This is where God has helped us to. Either to, let's go to other things. I dare to say, there are many other cases around that people can find to bless people. There are a lot of people suffering that needs help. That of Mohbad, they've helped them to push it to somewhere. We've seen where the government is going, and government have shown where they are going since 2023. It's just because people are in denial. And for those who are in denial, maybe some people have changed their mind. But in this case, it's a case of law. In law, there is no sentiment. There is no, this is what we think. Whatever you think, come with evidences to prove it. I just hope it is. We can go on to analyze it, but moving forward, just part of the monologue of the host, I think we should begin to look at this case of Mohbad and tell ourselves where should we educate ourselves? Where should we know that there is more for us to do? Even among the Gen Z or the generation Y. That, for example, look at the age brackets of Mohbad and his peers. One, we believe that they should be the one to say, when Mohbad had that injury, the first thing they should do wherever they were coming from was to drive straight to an hospital, not go home. Hospital run 24 hours and treat it up. Not doing Superman, doing self-medication, not saying, no, we are a celebrity, we don't want people to see us, or just saying, okay, just call the nurse. Not doing these practices that people will now say, just because it's a nurse to come and treat me at home. One, we believe that at their age, 30 and 25 brackets, they should understand the importance of self, of treating yourself right. Understand the importance of going to the right channel when it comes to medication. Understand that a nurse is not a doctor. Understanding that not everybody is a nurse. Understanding that going to an hospital is very important. Especially if you are a regular there, let them treat you normally. And also understanding that if something of such happens to us, we should not be saying, oh, this person don't like to go to hospital. No. Because when the wahala comes, it will affect you too. So what should you do? Make decision for them. Tell them, force them. You must go to hospital. I don't want trouble. This thing they do now, they do around Romeo to I know they go to bundle him to hospital. When he's okay, let him fight you. It is he that is alive that we have time to fight. I think all of us should not just look at this issue as, oh, the family is bad, this. We should also learn from it. Many people do this currently all over the world. Even not this Gen Z, self-medication, do what they like. And people say, oh, me, I don't like the hospital, especially men. Men run away from injection. Not me, because me, I prefer injection than drugs. Men run away from injection. Some don't want to go. No. Some people don't even want to go to hospital. They will say they will charge you more. Go and meet sister chemist. Some go to meet Emeka that open shop, or Emeka that is a nurse that is coming with drugs. A lot of things is wrong. And it's because of the level of illiteracy among us. Being literate is not about going to school. It's not being lettered. There is a huge difference between illiteracy and being lettered. You see many people, they have masters, but their attitude is worse than the person that have never seen alphabet before in their life, because it is their way of thinking. It is what they've been used to. Many people don't want to change from the old ways. Many people still believe it is Agbo that will cure them. Ekpakporo, Ekpajebu is what will cure them. Many people still believe. Many people are sick. They still believe it is people from their village that is wrong with them, whereas it is them. Some people still believe young men who go they patronize Omo Irole Aye, and you still believe that nothing will happen to you, that diseases, sexual diseases are for elites and not for mekunu. Many people have a lot. If you mix with a lot of people, you see a lot of bizarre way of thinking. All of us, irrespective of our classes, irrespective of where we are, there are a lot of things that we still need to learn. And I think moving forward, that is what we should be using our platforms to do, educating people to do better. Because life don't have duplicates. Once you make the mistake, you are gone. It is the person that is alive that can still eat eba and egusi. If you die, no more eba and egusi for you. There is no remedy. Life don't have duplicates. So even young and old, I personally feel that is what is important. People should raise people's consciousness, and also about bullying. People's consciousness, and also about how family should rally together and not neglect any of them. How family or friends should know that when there is injury, don't even listen to your friend and say it doesn't want to. Bundle him, go and treat yourself. Because Yoruba have this saying, and it don't je kokoro. Tell about suffering during the day. Ikwe oni je sun loru. If you are eating things that will make you to cough during the day, if you don't want the person, when you sleep, they will be coughing. You too, you will not sleep. It is for the betterment that they can fight you, but you do it for them because you are saving them. The inquest for me, based on what is on ground, the inquest have done justice to this thing. I listened to some of the cutout. The inquest have, I tried to speak to members of the family in terms of care, where they need to come in, and also talk to the nurse. You don't do certain things under uncontrolled environment, irrespective of what it is. And emotions will always run. But most importantly, life is sacred. And we all should see it as that. Thank you very much. I rest for now.
Well, at this juncture, I'll encourage anyone who to
That was
speak.
a wonderful submission. Good
Yeah,
afternoon to
just a very quick. I will implore everyone who
Sir.
something to say. That's our Virgo, Mr. Loverman. Mr. Loverman. I will implore anyone who wants to speak. I will be quick to go around the table I've got 3 slots there. Put in your request and you will speak as soon as possible. So, Mr. Virgo, let's have you. Mr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon to you, sir. Aristo, that was a wonderful one. I like the proverb you gave. Enitoban Jekokoro. If you did not tell him, cough will not allow you to sleep. In all this, right, looking from where we are coming from, yes, I believe that we should not abuse our human rights and we should not peddle falsehood, and we should make sure we are ready to prove whatsoever allegation we are putting out there or whoever we are accusing. Yes, Aristotle said it. When it comes to law, he does not deal with sentiment. I agree. Yes, when it comes to law, he deals with evidence. I equally agree. But Aristotle, you also agree with me that there is what is called common sense.
It is not common.
Okay, to some common people, I agree. But let me build up from this part. Otuba earlier on said that the inquest conclusion said there was no single injury on Mohbad's body. Well, Otumba, did you saw Mohbad coughing in
Mr. Fago, I said there's no other injury,
Mohbad's body in a
Except the
cough?
one, I said the one is sustained at the show when you have this thing with Prime Board. That is what I said.
Pain.
Fago, you're breaking up. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, he has. I think his network is a bit.
Okay, shall I go out? I don't know if African TV is there. I haven't heard him speak.
Pause.
Okay, carry on. Go on.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm listening to everybody. I'm listening to everybody. I'll come up. I'll talk later. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
Let African TV go because he's been
he
quiet.
said he said it's busy. That we'll
All right,
speak
okay,
later.
okay, go on, let's cap it. Okay, go on.
Yeah. So now, yes, it was what the aristocrat submission was very, very good, and I think it gives cause for reflection. Listen to it and then think and look at your stance and then assess yourself. I mean, there has to be checkpoint, like I said. So one thing that he mentioned is use of platforms to educate, and I think people that are pushing I mean, I don't have a problem. When something happens, you take a stand. Okay, this for or against. There's no problem. And the problem that I have is you can't continue doing something for so long and not assess and think that hold on, I'm pushing this and I don't have evidence. It doesn't work. These platforms, what they have done, what they are doing indirectly, that they are not realizing is they are sort of molding an image for themselves. You get. Now, something happened on Temi's platform, I think maybe 2 or 3 days ago. And it's happened before. This is not the first time, and I was really impressed. Women came up, I think about 3 women came up to tell their stories, what they faced when they lost their husbands. That place seemed to have, unknowing to her, she sort of created a space for people, for widows to come and maybe just speak their truth or speak about what they are going through. But these other people, like now, you IT guy, because of the stance that you have, so a widow can come here and say their story. But look at other platforms. I don't like mentioning names, but look at, okay, what would a widow go and say on Confused platform? What would a widow go and say on Bukky Jese's platform? They wouldn't go there. And it's not a good image to have. And it is not a good image to have that if, God forbid, you you lose your husband, people will start painting you in that brush that you are using to paint this person without evidence. They will say you killed your husband. I don't have a problem with you having that stance from start, but as things go along and begin to unfold, you should be neutral. You should be able to say, oh, I haven't been able to, even though I believe this is what happened or this is what I believed initially, based on everything that is happening, I don't think I want to go that route again. Even if you don't say, okay, I'm not even going to say me she didn't do it. I'm not going to say I'm just not going to say she did it anymore because I don't have anything to prove it. That is even showing some level of neutrality, if you get what I'm saying. So you don't want to build an image for yourself where people look at you and say, I have a problem, or I've lost a husband, or I cannot go to this person because this is who they are. It is not a good image to have. And this is, we go following on from what Aristocrat said, you have a platform, use it to educate people. Use it to push your agenda. It doesn't matter if you support or against. But as things continue to unfold, try to unwind yourself and trying to say, hold on, no, this is where we are. I don't think I'm really, I don't want to believe she didn't do it, but I'm not going to be saying she did it because I don't really have anything to support it. That opens you up to say, okay, some people can say, okay, at least when things started to unfold, they step back a little bit. Even if they're not going to say she didn't do it, they stop saying that she did it. Okay. But you just, continue to push and push and push without anything.
Sorry. That's merciful.
Omo, you're mute, please. Omo. So this is what we need to realize and think, that we are not just, okay, harming this person, we are also building an image for ourselves that is not right. It is not good. I'm not going to have an issue and come and share with some people because of the kind of standard they have after 2 years. I wouldn't, like me, I always say, I can have a conversation with anybody. It doesn't matter what side you belong to. But if you, for 2 years, even after the inquest has given their verdict, you are still coming to tell me, but they said there is pool of blood, and they said they stabbed him. I can't have a problem and come to, and it's not just me. Even the people on your own platform that are following you to scream, they will not bring their issue to you. They lose their husband today, they will not come to you. That is how bad it is. They will not come and say, because they know where you stand. If husband died, it's the wife that pied him. This is your stand.
Escapade.
Yeah.
Me, personally, I operate with an open door policy. And that just means that whilst you open the door in an office, you don't need to shut the door. You can just speak from the door, and everybody else in the office can hear what you're saying. And then we can have a conversation.
Yeah.
Outside, it means that we are not hiding anything from one another. And
exactly.
We have different issues in life. And there's nobody that is listening that's ever come to this platform, nor myself, or anyone at all that is recording, that don't have their own issues at home. We don't have to carry our problem on our shoulders. But I think sometimes when something impacts other people and we're showing empathy, we need to do it from our heart. Why? Because it's not going to be, as you said, straightforward. She must be the one that cried the husband. Because
exactly.
Some people just make up their mind very quickly and just say, Naim Pai the man. You will find out that Naim Pai am.
Yeah, which I don't have a problem with that. That's what I'm saying. But as things unfolding.
The problem with our society, people have come to share their stories on social media. Women who have lost their husbands. Soon as the man buys, the woman, even when the man is beginning to have issues, is already contacted the parents. Everybody in the family are in it. Even if it's them that even pick the guy up from the home, engage with the wife and take the guy to hospital. The guy now quiets. As soon as the guy quiets, hey, Hey, it happen. Now she kill him. Now she fire him. Don't finish up. She don't finish him before she call us. You see? She don't fire him. And that is our society. And then straight away, where is his bank account? Where is his land?
Exactly.
He told us he bought a house somewhere. He told us he's set up a church somewhere. And that is more like a society where sometimes when things are going well, you don't know that your families and your family are your enemies. Why? They come to your house, they are not happy. You do everything to pacify them, they will never be happy. Because why? It is the woman that is collecting all the money from brother. Is the one that is not allowing brother to send me to school. Is the one that is doing this. Is the one that is doing that. Now, they allow you to come and spend even summer holiday with them. You just nitpicking everywhere and you made up your notes. If something goes wrong, it's like, hey, the last time I went there, she said I can't do this. She they control, brother. You don't put juju under the bed. And no, I'm telling you, tradition and religion, it's the fire in our country. Tradition. And so because out of that tradition, you've got customary beliefs. Custom then comes into it. But why is it that in our society, it's the woman that's got the problem? If the man lives with the woman, batters the woman day in, day out, and the woman finally buys, nobody will say it's the man that buys the husband.
No.
Turn it the other way around. The wife who is gentle, quiet, and everything up, something happens to this guy, now she buy him. With zero evidence. Zero evidence.
It's crazy. And
now that they've told you the inquest is over, if you have any credible evidence, share it with the DPP. The Attorney General will look at it and think that we need to pick this person up. They will encourage the police to do more investigation in the area. But these people, these demonic fantasists, have nothing but fantasies. Nothing but fantasia. And that is a world they have created. Let me see who else can join us on this conversation who haven't spoken yet. Omo is disappeared, and we have the very wicked lady. So let's have the very wicked lady. The very wicked lady, let's have you. You are here causing trouble as usual. The very wicked lady. A very good afternoon.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Gbogbo.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Ganusi.
I know, my content is about, I beg, because I won't ask question. When Mohbad sang this song and Mohbad said, Transformer to pin off Gbogbo Lekki, do you know what that means?
I have to stop you there. That's not what we are talking about. A very wicked lady.
Òótọ́ ló sọ, òótọ́ ni very wicked lady sọ nígbà tó sọ pé Transformer tó
Ọ̀túnba, please ignore.
Ó lè máa rí fásitì Lekki bí òwe.
Ọ̀túnba, please ignore. Let her speak what you want to say. She's here. Let her just speak.
Irú àwọn very wicked lady náà ló ń bá wí.
I don't see, but no disrespect. Yeah, you know.
Irú àwọn very wicked lady náà ló ń bá wí.
It's been very nice, and I wanted
ló ń bá wí.
But I will give you the opportunity to speak, but let's not get derogatory. Oh yeah.
Me, boy, anybody got to my me.
Oh yeah.
I don't know your topic. Really,
please let us speak. Okay, very wicked lady, go on. Okay. Let me give you a summary. As far as the IT guy is concerned, yeah, we've gone through the verdict of the inquest, and IT guy is saying enough is enough. It's time for us to move on. That's where we are. So yeah, carry on.
We are not moving on. Because the whatsoever they said at the corona inquest is just an advice.
Okay.
My one and only Mr. Joseph Aloba, he can still put anything whensoever out of that verdict from the corona inquest. So we still have a lot of table to shake in this justice for Mohbad. And we are not moving on yet. There is a lot to drag, and there is a lot of case in the verdict that what is Judge Soto be a big Judge to so. So there is a lot of points. Because if I am Baba Mohbad, I would be like the judge said, why would they keep Mohbad for 15 hours before they invited the nurse? Even the nurse has admitted that she was the one that injected Mohbad to the extent. Then if I am Baba Mohbad, I can decide to slam Wunmi a big lawsuit that why will you keep your husband for good 15?
Now some women will sit on their platform and said, why does a woman not force her husband to go to hospital? Do you know a man has a mind of their own? And we make decisions by ourselves. And when you are alert oriented, that is, you know your name, your age, your date of birth, where you live, your address, and you know that if I don't go to the hospital, this thing might kill me, and you say yes. Yes, you are making an informed decision. That has nothing to do with the wife. This cultural nonsense, I'm not saying we should not respect culture. Please take that away. I'm a married woman of over 28 years, and I'm not a kid. I am saying this to you that it can't come to you. How do you want to be treated? Education apart, exposure apart, common sense is for you to use. A man that is so fearful that does not go to the hospital because of the underlying issue of the bullying that makes his wife go to Lalagbomo to go and have a child. Until they took her to the hospital. Do you now say that wife will now tie rope around him and take him to the hospital? Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ọ̀rọ̀ ṣírò ara wo wò, ẹ fi píìnì gúnra yín wò kẹ́ sọ bí tó máa ti dùn yín kẹ́ tó fi gbọ́n ọmọ lọ́mọ gbogbo wa ní ṣòwò ògún. If you are saying carry him to the hospital, remember she has a 5-month-old kid in her hand. They don't have a car. They live in Lekki, where I actually live. And the traffic, you have to understand the condition where they are. Nínú ilé ayé tá wà nísinsìnyí ní 2025 kẹ́ máa ní kọ́ àbí 2023 kẹ́ ní kọ́ máa lọ ilé alágbo ọmọ.
Talk too. Let us talk.
My advice, I'm going to stop, please, Susan, whoever you are. But my thing is this. Thank you, IT, for allowing me to say something. What my take is, please stop widow victimization in Nigeria. Stop widow victimization in Nigeria. We need to stop to victimize the widows. Gbogbo obìnrin kọ́ ló máa pa ọkọ wọn. Gbogbo ọmọbìnrin kọ́ ló ń pa ọkọ. Let the court to decide what they want to do. Then let them do it. All this talk about taking somebody ẹ̀dájọ́ ọwọ́, this is not right. It is not okay to bully people.
Madam Ojulari.
Thank you, IT guys. That's my take.
I grasp your point.
Thank you
for your wonderful submission. I think that wrong button, sorry. Wrong button. So as I've corrected myself duly before Susie speaks, I think what we need to try and understand is that we need to welcome and champion everybody's opinion. On my platform, you will have the opportunity to speak. And when people are speaking their own speak, allow them to land. And then you will duly have the opportunity to do just yours. I am not here as a host to kind of wonder what is wrong or right or be on any side. I was about to slow my wonderful lady down a little bit, because obviously once you've made your point, if you're allowed to carry on, you may start swaying a little bit, which may not be to the liking of people listening to you. But I will say that was a wonderful platform. And as long as people do their engagement with civility, don't forget it's my time. I love to listen to my people. I love to keep my platform as serene as possible, as quiet as possible, so that we can have a wonderful time. And even people who are screenshotting or whatever the case may be, when they replay the conversation, it becomes meaningful. So, Susie for Justice, let's have you. Susie for Justice, are you still there?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Your mind, you know my platform. Do a very good morning to you. You know my platform. Just speak your mind. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, and happy Sunday to every one of you this morning. Yeah. My take on this whole thing, I believe everybody on this platform and everybody listening, I believe some of us are parents and some of us are mother and father. Now, one thing I will have to start with, okay, and which is my normal usual things I said anytime I speak on Mohbad, because Mohbad's case is kind of personal to me. And when I talk about it, it's so personal to me, period. Now, Miss Oju Elegba, you said that Wunmi have a 5-month-old that couldn't take her husband to the hospital. The same Wunmi have a 5-year-old travel all the way from Lekki across the bridge to Ikorodu for a show. You understand? Compare Ikorodu, from Lekki to Ikorodu, and compare where they live to any clinic around them. If Wunmi can take the baby all the way from Lekki to Ikorodu, I don't see the reason why the same that Wunmi will not down the traffic or whatever that was delaying her at home, that refused to take Mohbad to the hospital. That's point one. My main reason why I came up here this morning, because I've been listening from the window. The reason why I came up this morning, we all and you all are forgetting one thing. And anybody that says death was announced, the question, there's a lot of things they refuse to address in this inquest court. Number 3, Mohbad's body openly was announced. Where are those 2 boys who announced Mohbad's death? Where were they going with Mohbad's body? And where were they coming from? So, for me, it's a no. The recommendation need to be appealed.
If we look at it from a different perspective, and I still want to go on with the appeal plea that you mentioned, when Mohbad was buried,
Please, I would like to speak.
Hold on. That is not how we do it here. Sorry about that. So when Mohbad was buried, what do you think was on Joseph Aloba's mind when Mohbad was buried?
What I think, I'm not in Joseph Aloba's mind. Thorough investigations will lead to why Mohbad was buried early. I'm not defending Joseph Aloba, neither try to throw Wumi under the bus. But if the right investigations was being done, then somebody will know why Mohbad was buried early. Somebody will know why Mohbad was not taken to the hospital. Somebody will know why the nurse was called to come and
do you know, if we look objectively, do you actually know that if there wasn't a sort of like a quest for that casket to be opened, it won't be here?
Okay. Now you are trying to touch.
I'm getting somewhere. I'm getting somewhere. So
yes, you are trying to touch where I don't want to touch because you know me quite well.
Yeah.
That what I know towards Mohbad's case, I believe a lot of people don't know it.
Okay, go on.
Okay, and that's the reason why. And my focus is on the government of Lagos State and Nigeria as a whole. Okay. Now, we want to say something. Let me throw this question back at you. We all saw on the video where Wumi was, kicking against them opening the casket. Now, the question for you, why was Wumi doing that?
So now she kicked against opening the casket. We don't know what sort of emotion that she was going through at the time. Let's take it step by step. So a decision has been made already that this guy is going to be buried regardless. Now she kicked against the casket for a reason best known to her. Now the casket was opened. Did Wumi get involved in what was in the casket?
God bless you.
What was in the casket?
Hold on. What was in the casket that they eventually opened? Did Wumi get involved in the preparation?
What was in the casket is Mohbad's dead body that was in the casket.
And what we saw disturbed our minds, and that is
with a bent neck, and that is the reason.
No, I'm asking you a question. Did Wumi get involved in the preparation of what we saw when the casket was opened?
IT guy, you were not there. I was not there, so you can't ask me that question. Did Wumi get involved? I don't know whether Wumi is there. Either Papa Mohbad is there. I don't know who bent.
So it is clear.
So that question is not for me to answer, sir.
Mr. Joseph Aloba reached out to Darosha and the rest of the boys to do the preparation, of which I believe Cynthia Wumi Adebanjo was not involved. So if we have our, how can I put it? My brain is is freezing a bit. If we have our displeasure at what we saw, and we're venting that anger that someone of this magnitude, even a dog, will not be buried that way. Mr. Joseph Aloba gave instructions to the people that prepared that coffin, and when it was opened, Cynthia Wumi Adebanjo did not get involved in that process. So what have you got to say about that?
IT guy, I refuse. No, I know. Hold on. I refuse to make this, your question to me, be all about Wumi, and I'm not going to answer that question. So my answer to your questions, let the government of Lagos State do the right investigations. The right investigation has to be done. Why was Mohbad's neck bent that way? It's not up to me to decide if Wumi Cynthia or Mr. Joseph Aloba was the one that gave the instruction for Mohbad's neck to be bent that way. It's up to the government of Lagos State and Nigerian government to do
what you guys in the comment section need to understand that when we find something to be not right and not correct, and Susie is asserting that we need to blame Wunmi, my question is straightforward. When that coffin or casket was opened, did Wunmi, Cynthia Adebanjo get involved in the preparation? It's just a straightforward question. And for my understanding, Mr. Joseph Aloba said in public, he gave the instruction to Darosha to prepare the body. So what is it about it that you want to blame someone who did not get involved in the mangling of the body to now come and tell you how the body was mangled in the coffin?
Yeah, IT guy, the funniest thing is anything that is going wrong about the Mohbad, is Wunmi. It's always Wunmi. That's the problem. So Susie said about burning of the neck, they should maybe investigate it. The toxicology and this what they did when they came to inquest and give report about Mohbad, they said the Mohbad neck and leg was bent. It is not broken. They said it was bent because they want to fit Mohbad into that small coffin. That was the reason it was bent. That was the reason.
Are you, Otumba, are you trying to say that? Hold on.
Before anybody goes further,
I want to pass the comment after this particular what Otumba just said, please.
Because I need to accommodate other people. You need to make it brief.
Yes, thank you. Otumba, are you trying to say that that statement they issue out is tangible enough to just flip it over because they couldn't get the size of Mohbad coffin in the market in Lagos?
Mr. Fego, that is not for me to answer. But we can all see the coffin, the size of the coffin is not Mohbad size.
Exactly. So that is what I'm asking you.
They didn't buy the right size.
Are you buying that excuse?
Ask Josie. You need to ask Josie and Darosa.
Let me jump in.
Not me. You ask Josie about the Darosa. Josie and Darosa.
Hold on. I really need to get Dolly P to speak, but before Dolly P speaks, I want everybody to mute themselves. Now, it was Mr. Joseph Aloba that received money to the tune of 2 million, which he did not want to receive into his bank account, and diverted it towards Darosha. It was Mr. Joseph Aloba that gave Darosha the instruction to do the preparation. Dolly P, can we have you, please?
Hi, you guys. Hello, everybody. Well done. I'm just coming in anyway, so I don't know what has been discussed.
All right. So the discussion is gone. It's gone on for a while. But the summary is it time to move on or is it not? The IT guy believes it's time to move on. Carry on. After the verdict of the inquest, the IT guy believes it's time we packed our bags and moved on. Carry on.
Okay. So quickly, I'm going to quickly answer what this question about bent neck or not. I've heard this narrative so many times, and it's perplexing that people who are not medical experts, who were not there, because they saw a bent neck. I didn't see it, so I'm not going to say I don't know. They saw a bent neck. They were so sure that it was because his neck was broken. This is my own question. This is me. This is logical. So if his neck was bent, that means he broke his neck. Are you telling me that DJ Bami or whatever, his brother, his cousin, the father, also that this neck is bent, therefore it must be what killed him, and they did not ask any question? Is that what we're saying?
No, Dolly P, that is not what you are saying. We don't have to be medical expert before we see what is wrong or right.
All right. Thank you. Let me just say it was a rhetorical question. Like I said, I was not there. And a bent neck does not equal to broken neck. If the autopsy or autopsy, what's it called, those people that did it? Is it corona? Not corona. The people that inspected said the neck was not broken. But the people online say the neck is broken. That's between the online people and the people in they can go and...
Let me hold on. Let me jump in.
Let me just pack that. It's just
let me jump in. Don't worry. You just keep that thoughts to yourself. Now, scientifically, whether you are new to the course or not, rigor mortis would have gone through his own process, and at some point later, the body will be limp again. Now, if what you saw in there is a broken neck, you would have seen the vertebrae pointing in a different direction from the neck. Now, the body would have been flexible enough after the causes of rigor mortis for you to manner it the way you want, adjourn it the way you want. It is clear that the coffin is not suitable, but it's also understandable that because we need to do it sharpish, and obviously when the coffin itself was procured, they probably did it locally, the nearest they can find to sort of like say this is it. So that is that about that.
Thank you. That's what you see. Honestly,
let me finish. I haven't finished. Okay. 2 autopsies, 2 toxicologists. Now, if we are true to the course and we really, really want to be honest with ourselves, if Mr. Joseph Aloba, the son and their pathologists and their findings had found anything contrary to what the government gave us originally, we still will not be where we are today, because that would have distorted the course, the process of this inquest. But it seemed clear to everybody in Nigeria, a federal over 200 million people, that it was conclusive as inconclusive. But the conclusion is that the vertebra, no neck was broken. Now, if no neck was broken, we just need to move on the fact that when the body was limp again after rigor mortis, although the coffin is not suitable in terms of height of the deceased, you will have an opportunity when the body is limp again to point it in any direction to put it wherever you want to put it. But don't forget, it was Mr. Joseph Aloba that engineered the process and actually gave instruction to the people that presented Mohbad in their coffin. Carry on, Dolly P.
Thank you for saying that, IT guy, because I've seen it seems as if people don't know this fact that it was bent. The autopsy said it wasn't broken, but people are still insisting that it's broken. But anyway, it's by the way, it was just my own. Now, please, can I finish? I've left broken neck or whatever. If it was broken, it wasn't broken. Pack it. I don't know. Now, going back to IT, because I'm going to go back on mute. I didn't come to argue. I was just making an observation that people on ground are saying something, but people online who are very, very far away seem to have a better opinion. That's all I was saying. But it is what it is. Now, going back to your question, IT guy, on whether we should move on. We cannot move on because, honestly, like one of the comments said, it's a social experiment. I actually believe it was an experiment. And I don't think we can move on because as much as, yes, the coroner has given their verdict, there have been some things that have been said and things that are still being said after the so-called verdict about the corona. Some people are still hell-bent to say it was somebody or there must be something to it, even though everything is saying the nurse did it. And the nurse apparently said she did it, and she agreed that she gave injection. She's not. They said it was one day. Then the guy that some people are still insisting. So those people online, because as much as we are here, we're in the comfort of our bedroom, our living room, having a conversation. There are people who are being taunted, whose life is at risk, who are being bullied, who are being abused day by day. Some people are saying somebody shaking calls. I think there needs to be a form of closure. And I don't know whether the government needs to step in and come out and say something that, guys, if you believe we have done something wrong or you believe there's a conspiracy, it's better you come up with the theory, with the result, evidence, or shut up. Because after this, if we hear more, if anybody is threatening anybody's life, if anybody's abusing anybody again after this, there's going to be a penalty for it. I think we should have that. Secondly, although this one is baby because I didn't DAO, a lot of money has gone down the drain. People need to account for, and I'm saying this because when you do a project, after 300,000 million that we have donated, what exactly did we achieve? And for me personally, there's still a 3-second video. I want to see the end of that 3-second video. They must produce what is in that 3-second video because somebody collected millions for forensic. I demand move on, babe. Justice for mobile. The neighbor's CCTV must be unveiled. The 3-second video, by the way, 3 seconds is 1, 2, 3. But somehow somebody believe there is one evidence there. So that evidence, which they have collected forensic money from people for, they must produce it. We want to see the evidence of how they shot. Not shot. Did they pushed him? Whatever. Personal, see me. 3-second video here, it must be produced. And VDM is still on the case. How can we now move on? Let's move on. No.
It fell down the stairs.
I personally want to see how he fell down the stairs. I want to see that 3-second video. I want to see the end. It's just when they just give you, when you watch a film, they did not show the end of the film. You know, they move on. I see that. We have to see.
Oh, you know, when they say to you the toilet is over there and they walk the wrong direction down the stairs.
Collected money. They should do, maybe they should do another donation so that I can buy more phones so that we can do more forensic evidence. Because I got already passed.
Load your data.
Doing all this interview.
Can I come in and sing Dolly P as random?
Video interview cannot be in vain. We must do more.
Mr. Virgo. But let Dolly P finish. And if she's happy, then
I think she has round up.
Go on.
Somebody say Yomi chop money. Yomi chop money. Yomi is coming back.
All I know is cow. Cow they chop grass. How man go they chop money? All right.
Okay. Anyway, Dolly P, I like the way you end your submission, and then the way you started. You are entitled to your opinion, just like any other person is entitled to their opinion. So earlier on, I was talking about common sense before my network went back. IT guy, with the greatest of respect, we cannot pack our bag. It's just like the trending music. No. We can never go back.
It's just a commercial. It's a figure of speech, that's all.
Thank you. Yeah. So it's just like the trending music on social media saying, no, we can never go back. It will not make sense. So it will make sense if we said we are packing our bag because we have not gotten what we fought for. Just like Dolly P said, people donated money, people donated energy, people donated time, emotionally, mentally. People were stressed on this street of TikTok, trying to figure out what killed this young, energetic man that his life was just cut off. We within a second. And for me personally, I believe Wumi killed Mohbad. Me, BB, also known as Virgo, and making it very clear and loud today that Wumi Cynthia by Mohbad. Now, let me give you people some instance. So you are, and having said that, I believe Wumi killed Mohbad.
The topic says, is it time for us to move on, or we should still stay on the topic? For me, in my own opinion, I think the inquest have done justice to this case, and there's a reason why we have a Shitu, and the reason why we have people who have been raising serious narratives all this while.
Can you hear me? I need to slow you down. The inquest hasn't done justice to nothing.
Okay.
Right? Fact-finding exercise to find out the cause of death. He hasn't done justice to for anyone. And definitely not for Mohbad.
There is an autopsy that was done.
No. The inquest is done, the findings, recommendations will go to the DPP. If new findings come out of even VDM's interviews and the DPP entertains it, so I don't want you to make that kind of assertion that the inquest is done justice for Mohbad. It hasn't.
No. What I mean is that from the case presented to the inquest so far, they have done justice.
No. The inquest will do the inquest. He hasn't done justice to nothing. Please.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Yeah. That's fine. So what I'm saying in essence is that there are a lot of questions that are being raised today after the inquest gave his recommendation, and I felt that those questions would have been routed through probably Sanshitu, and it would have raised those concerns when this case were being treated. Now, if somebody is telling us today that probably the spouse or the wife died Mohbad, I think that's a very sensitive statement as well, meaning the person knows how she did it. And if at this point in this case, so if anybody at this point in time still feels that the wife died him, that's a very good point. Now, you now have to go a step further to establish how. The how is very important, because somebody said he gave this guy, she gave this guy an injection, and somebody is saying no, there is no injection, it is the wife that did it. And if you know that the wife did it and you are still on this platform saying this, we are only saying this because we are in a country where laws does not take its course. If you are in a sane society and you are online making this assertion, the next thing before you leave where you are, you're going to be picked up. And being picked up is for you to go and establish that fact that you said it is the wife who did it. And if you know it is the wife who did it, then you have to tell the authority how did she do it. Number two, and where are the evidences that she did it. I think that's to that. Now, on this case, we are asking, should we move on or should we still be on this case? In my own opinion, if we're going to be staying on this case, it should be on new developments, not on what we've been talking over and over. Now we're talking about the bent neck. The question I was asking at the comment section is, number one, is the father of the deceased complaining about the bent neck? Who gave directive for the boy to be buried? After the boy was buried and the video of the bent neck came up, did the father raise concern? Did he castigate those who carried out the burial and tell them that this is not the instruction I gave for you guys to bury my son? So if the father is not saying issue in it, what do we want the government to investigate? Are we saying the government should investigate the father who gave instruction? Not revealed a bent neck, or probably a ruptured neck, or probably a neck that was injured during the burial. Or number two, the bent neck, is that what by this guy? Because our main focus is what by this guy, and not probably the process of burial. If we are investigating the process of burial, that's another thing in time, and that's not the function of the government. It is a family issue. It is the family that has to go into the investigation of how their son was buried shamelessly. And if the father is the one who gave instruction, and till date, he has not questioned the manner the neck was bent, in my own opinion, I don't think that should be an issue for us to be discussing. We should be discussing new developments that will come and probably expose what the inquest did not see, expose what we never know about, and not the narrative that have been pushed for 22 months.
Let me jump in there a bit. And the reason why I'm jumping in there is that we know that VDM is doing all these interviews and all that kind of stuff, right? So we know where we are. Now, what sort of development can you conceive that can change the shape of things? I mean, we know where we are. We know all the assertions. We know all the newly injected and engineered Nollywood scripts that have been injected into the process that is giving people the impetus to believe they will get more lions once they analyze the situation. Now, if we lean it off what is being done, we know the failings of the police, and we know the like a bicycle kind of how can I put it, features that we found, actions that we found, and behavior that we found, even with the magistrates, because the lackadaisical kind of situation will be someone saying they are vomiting in court. Another one will be umbilical cord or whatever it is that they are doing. Various other kind of like comical moments within that process. Okay, you will be entertained. Why? Because even if you are invited to the inquest, you don't really have to say anything if you don't want to say anything. We've gone through that for 22 months. What sort of conceivable evidence do you think can emerge from nowhere that can allow the DPP to do anything from the recommendation of the magistrate other than spending and the nurse? I mean, just think about it, conjure it. What is it that you conceive as probable that can change the dimension of what we have in front of us? Yeah, you're back. I think you dropped. So did you hear all that? Did you pick that up?
Yeah. Can you hear me? I think you are saying that what?
I think you're having a moment with your network, so you need to fix.
Come up that will change the recommendation that it.
Yeah, you need to fix your network. There's something going wrong in your background there. So if you can fix it very quickly, we can carry on with the conversation. Whilst you trying to sort out your network,
you are not being fair to me.
No. I don't want bear parlor conversation on my platform. I don't like all those conversation that is descending into the gutters. I don't entertain it on my platform. Make your point, because when you come on a platform and say that you did not even say you believe, you didn't say you suspect, is a Wizwumi that quiet Mohbad. Come on. We need to use our intelligence, right? I accommodate people, allow people to speak. I have to slow you down. I have to shut you up as well. And you just literally got carried away. And this is not a platform where Aries will come, unless it's Aries that sent you and DM you to come and say that on my platform. That is below the belt. That is unfounded. You don't have any evidence. And if you have that, open your platform and cascade it on your platform and invite people to your platform, host them, and then you guys can just have a jolly party. But it's not happening here. How fair can I be up to allow you on my platform for you to openly claim that is Wumi Cynthia Adebanjo that acquired Mohbad with no evidence. And you expect me to be fair on you for what?
I think I am a mature gentleman and I have a mind of my own and I'm entitled to what I believe.
You are entitled to anything you can substantiate. Anything that is you cannot substantiate, you cannot throw it on the IT guys platform. I'm sorry.
I agree, but for you to say someone sent me, that is also not fair.
I need to go down that route because you went to the gutters, and I need to roll into the gutters with you. You have an opinion. Your opinion was working well for you, but then when someone then sort of like drop you in the same gutters that you decided to descend into, you are angry. Why? Why?
No, I'm not angry. What I meant for you to say someone sent me, that is my point.
It's a figure of speech. You need to pick that up and know that it's just sort of like a jocular moment. It's just sort of like a moment that I injected a little bit of, how can I put it? A little bit of this.
I think it's because I think it's because even Aries owns the copyrights to that line. She says it every time when we
Exactly.
So that is why you are linked to
She
it.
sent you, and jokingly as well.
Yeah, because I think I even tried to put you back online and say, okay, now you said that, don't repeat it again.
And then
but you still went on, you carried on and carried on. This you don't want a platform where people will be saying that the platform they are saying will make killed Mohbad. This is what he doesn't want.
That's okay.
I don't need that here.
No,
Unless you have evidence.
IT guy is even trying to
back yourself up. You can't bring that here.
IT guy, you're just protecting him because uncle, if you keep saying what you're saying without evidence.
No, he's allowed.
If you keep saying things without evidence, the day you enter Nigeria,
Dolly P. Everybody is allowed on my platform. But when you hear me, I've got a caption that always say, let me slow you down. The reason why I'm slowing you down is that you're beginning to deviate. And that's how I slow people down. When you are deviating, look at what happened with Creative. I have to slow him down. I have to keep slowing him down. Because I don't want gutter press. I don't want any beer parlor or bus stop kind of conversation here. Because we're having intelligent conversation. And if you're going to do it, no disrespect to anybody. We are all intelligent people. But we are sometimes very intentional when we want to shade. We are intentional when we want to drop a bomb. But for me, I will always allow you to realize that when I'm running my platform, I don't loan my platform. Even if I want to go and wee, I will have to suppress my wee and wait until I have a good moment to go and wee and come back. I will not loan my platform to beer parlor conversation. I will not.
I speak now, IT.
Let me finish. African TV, you will speak next. I'm not going to lower the grade of my platform to narratives of the likes of Supreme, Karimo, or Paparano, or even Olori Ebi, or what's the other one? What's that crazy woman in Germany? Comfy. I will not lower the grade of my intelligence to the level of those miscreants and maggots. Because when I sit on windows and places, and when the bloggers actually repost some of the nasty thing they say about me, and I don't care. It doesn't rub anything off me. Why? Because if I come to your platform and I'm not friends to your platform anymore, as it happened earlier today, when I open my platform, there are more intelligent people on this platform than the platform I was in earlier today. It shows the degree of education, the degree of intelligence, the degree of, what else can I put in there? Enlightenment. And then people will say, oh, IT guy is blowing grammar. Yes, I will blow grammar from now till tomorrow. Because English is Federal Republic of Nigeria's official language. And if Wole Soyinka can do it in his oratory in his literacy, in his literature, and various other Nigerians that have actually gone in there literally, as in a literary position, literature, to educate us. Things fall apart. And various other aspects of what we need to learn, not what Lord Lugard's girlfriend came to give us about who we are. Those are the people we celebrate, and we celebrate ourselves. When I listen to Obama, whether he thought about it, whether he wrote it down, whether people conjure and actually give him the script, look at a man when the man is speaking. And that's all we should be. You're not going to cane somebody because they express themselves the way they please. And on Justice for Mohbad, I will say it again, and I've said it so many times. There's one guy I will give the accolade, the best accolade in terms of self-expression. Is Akpakpa. And I celebrate Akpakpa because Akpakpa will say to you, I don't understand English. I never went to school. I can't do this. I can't do that. But the man will tell you exactly what is on his mind. The spirit that guides him, it speaks from the heart, not from his brain. Because his heart and his mind processes more than the brain. Because the brain is literally just a cell. The brain is like a battery. The brain is like a cellular. It's like literally just something in there that powers things up. Your mind. And that's a brain. Is literally just a solar power. A generator. Because by the time the mind wakes up, a lot of things happens. Air conditioner comes on. Your fridge comes on. The lights come on. Anything inside the confines that is going to sort of like consume the power that is available is the mind of a human being that says we need to turn off the air conditioner because now we're running off generator. And that is why I always celebrate Akpakpa. He speaks his pidgin. If he will fight his fight. And those are the things that we need to take to the cause to sort of like say, perhaps sometimes you just learn few lines from what this guy has to say, despite the fact that you don't like him speaking pidgin, and despite the fact that he's not going to give you the English you want. But if you listen to that man, you will learn properly. Because your brain is just a docile and a dormant chamber. And if you haven't suffered a seizure, and you haven't sort of like suffered from any form of ailment that actually suppresses the brain, Alzheimer's and the rest of it, your mind will be in the right place. It is not your brain that is going to tell you. Your brain will allow your eyes to see a woman you fancy. It is your mind that is going to walk the walk, talk the talk, take the woman to restaurant, woo her, serenade her, and win her to be your wife. Not your brain. It's your mind. So those are the kind of things we need to learn. I rest my case. Now the IT guy, where did you get that from? African television, let's have you.
Wow. You have spoken so much English. Me, I don't forget everything I won't talk. My brain don't warp with all the English. Who's interrupting now? To real long. Anyhow, so on this platform and most platforms these days, there's something common that's going on since the inquest or the conclusion of the corona. And what I find common is people are lost. People are lost trying to create what is not, failing to accept what the law has recommended. Do I agree with the corona? Yes, because it's the legal position of things. Do I believe it was done correctly? No, it was not done correctly. One thing we all understand, whether you accept the corona recommendation or you don't accept it, one thing I believe 99% of most people on Justice for Mohbad we have in common is conspiracy. Possibility that there was a conspiracy to cover up what killed Mohbad. And in that conspiracy, you find the Naomi Duan people. You find the narcotics Duan people. You find the police. Police has failed to do their job. So there's so many camps. But one position, conspiracy. And I want to say to the people in J4M, it is time to move on. It's time to esodi enu egbenu kuro mbe. We have, we're wailing. That's what's really happening now. The people are wailing. The people are crying. They don't understand where to cry to. What type of cry? Is it the cry of, oh, we've gotten another injustice after what happened to Mo? Or is it the cry of, oh, the police is involved, police, our country is bad? Some people damn the hell out of this country because of the police. But we as a people have failed to give the police what we think they need to look at. And if the thing they're supposed to look at, you have failed to prove it to them and to the world. That means all of us, 20-something months, we have failed to produce the evidence to convict anybody, even those that they're taking to the trial. But I believe the spending will work. The nurse, yes, for unprofessional practice might be culpable. So when we, the people of failed, we need to will in the right direction. What is the right direction now? I suggest to every camp, regardless of who you think did it or how they did it, starting with those who think or believe that the police has done the wrong investigation. With that camp, get yourself together, do your own investigation. It's not late now. It's not late yet to produce new evidence that can allow you to file any motion fileable, acceptable by the court. So the time you spend fighting each other, blaming one another, attacking another person, shamefacing other people, just get down to what you have failed to do in 20 months. We still have a little time, a little hope to do the right thing. But otherwise, the curtain is drawn. The curtain is drawn on spending and the nurse. That is the position of the law. Now you can go and bring investigator from heaven and interview 5,000 people and let the 5,000 people, like VDM is doing now, let the 5,000 people repeat what you and I already know and maybe color it a little bit differently and delude you furthermore and give you false gaiety to think that, oh, yes. Look, I'm saying to you in plain language, VDM investigation is done what you already know. His investigation so far is producing all your suspicion. It's just reaffirming. And if anything, I see something new, a trend. Two trends. One camp trying so desperately to clean up the image of Naira Marley. And I see another camp so desperately trying to attack Wunmi. Those are the two camps existing now. The Naira Marley image cleanup group, in my opinion, and the Wunmi is getting away group. And people going to solicit to bring people in to Ghana see what we already know, thereby furthermore dragging us into delusion. So to conclude my submission, it is time to draw the curtain, everybody go home. And while you're at home, let the spirit of Mohbad kick you, jumpstart you in the right direction, and maybe you can come back and surprise the courtrooms and the police with some sensible material. But as of today, the magistrate worked based on what was produced, what was tendered in that courtroom. Ade West was not produced in that courtroom. So many other relevant possible people were not produced in that coroner inquest. And you want to blame the magistrate, go ahead. Now you get your mouth. But you're going to do it in vain at your own energy and space for nothing, because the law has spoken. And if you want that to change, you have to counter it with another law. That's the way the world works. Thank you, IT, for allowing me the time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, African TV. Oh, can I go? IT guy is not there. Let me just quickly go. I think that was a wonderful.
Okay, let me say one thing or two, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hello. Good afternoon. Good morning, wherever you are. Most of you have said a lot already, but the question here is that, is it time to go home or still continue with these shenanigans? I would say that it's time to go home. Get your shit together and move. And the reason why I'm saying this is that it's been 22 months. We've seen a lot. The fallacies, the good part, the shenanigans, the fighting, the dragging and everything. But hey, what have we gotten? Nothing. We're just all like here saying whatever things we want to say. Is allowed to say whatever you want to say. But after you say whatever you say, can you prove everything you have said on here? No, you can't. Most of you cannot say this is my proof for saying this exactly. But what do you want to derive from putting pains in someone else's name and trying to act like God on somebody else's life? That is what baffled me a lot. We are all parents here, if not all, but I assume most of us are over 18 years old. So if you're over 18, you're an adult. So you should be able to think for yourself. So stop letting all those hosts that are just there for the tap, tap, tap and the game, the lions, the universe, and the roses, to keep manipulating you, to keep giving you all those false narratives, and you keep dwelling on it. You go on every other people's panel and you repeat them, you re-echo whatever they tell you, that is all lies. That they themselves, if they have been taken today by the policemen, they can never have any evidence to substantiate whatever thing they've said. So hey, please, enough is enough. Allow the families to grieve in peace and let them be. A lot of foundations, a lot of individuals claiming they're the demigod here. They know the family 101. They've spoken to them. They have evidences in their minds for 22 months. What have you done with it? Nothing. Now you come out and say you're going out there to sue the government, or you want them to do this, that. Hey, it's enough. Allow them grieve. Allow them be. Wunmi is a young lady that I pray that she get another husband that is going to take care of her and our son. It's not the end of life. Let them move on. Jose is a father who lost a son. Let him grieve. You've done enough. Let them be. That is what I came up here to re-echo to us. Stop allowing the host that are using you to do tap, tap, tap to gain money for their own daily life living, to keep manipulating you and putting you in those mental health issues. If you have your own thinking faculty, please make use of them and stop allowing them to keep manipulating you. IT guy, baby, thank you for everything you've been doing. I appreciate you, and really, really, I am happy for this platform you put down to allowing everybody to say whatever they want to say in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishimida. Let me just quickly say my own piece. I know everyone has things to say. And again, very good submission there, very good one from African TV. I think Aristocrat did a very good one earlier. So now, I mean, with all the facts before us, there is when you're even talking about a crime, especially when it comes to manslaughter or murder or things like that, what the investigators look for, what the lawyers fight back and forth for, they need a confession. You need a confession. Do you have one? Yes, we do. A nurse admitted meeting him alive. He had capacity. He said, "Oh, are you the nurse?" Yes. That he even was asking about the medications she was going to administer on him. He had capacity. She confirmed all of this. And in the end, even the lawyers asked her that, would you accept that you were negligent for not bringing something that would sort of counter a reaction if you are giving somebody an injection like that? And she said yes. So what else do we want? I think sometimes it's a fear of, oh, we've lost. Nobody is winning, nobody is losing. It is just a fact that, okay, this is what happened to Mohbad. Nobody is winning, nobody is losing. This is what we just need to accept. And then I also agree that we all need to go home, like African TV and Business said. We all need to go home. But when we go home, what we are going to do is we are taking off our T-shirts, Team A, Team B, Team this. We are all coming back out again in the same T-shirt, all together like we were when we were protesting. And then we are coming to say, okay, this is now for Mohbad. It's royalties. Let's not worry about who gets it now. It's royalties. Sort this out. And then maybe arrange a concert. African TV had a plan. I would say this, and it's true. He had a plan. He was trying to organize a concert. He was frustrated. That was for Mohbad. In the middle of it, we picked sides. We lost the focus and left Mohbad hanging. Now let's all come back. The way we were protected, let's come back and do something for this man. Talk about reality, do concerts, do things for him. Give this guy legacy going. We don't need to be fighting and be... It's so funny. You can't be 2 years on something and you haven't got a shred of evidence.
Can I say Let's get paid.
Yeah, quickly so that I can continue.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, continue. When we finish, I want to say.
Yeah, I've heard on several platforms. I've heard on only a big platform saying we've been doing this all this while. We don't have a single evidence. I've heard many platforms say it, even on Baba's side, saying we don't even have any evidence, not one single evidence. But you want to kill, you want to carry on. You don't believe police. You don't believe magistrate. You don't believe the eyewitnesses, those that were there. You don't believe. You are far, 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 far away in the US, in the UK, in Germany or anywhere, and you believe you know what happened. Okay, tell us what happened. You cannot say it. It's time. Let's go back home. All the bile inside of us, let's vomit it out. Let's be clean again and all come out as one. Do something for Mohbad. Come together and fight for his royalties. Come together and do concerts and do things in his name. All of these artists have stayed back because of all of the mess. If we're all together, I'm sure there will be concert. Maybe December, the past 2 December, they would have had maybe a Mohbad concert every year. But because of all the mess left and right, everybody just decided to stay aloof and be watching. You have requested, the son has requested, even when we thought the corona was coming to an end, they said, the son wants to request Naira Marley, wants to request this, blah, 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 they need to bring Prime Boy. Prime Boy hasn't spoken, he wants to face Wunmi. They brought them back. The magistrate allowed you to bring whoever you requested to bring. And at the end of the day, there is nothing to link especially the widow to it, which is what people are gunning for, who people are actually gunning for. There's nothing to link her to it. It's time to say, okay, maybe if you don't want to accept that she didn't do it, maybe she didn't do it, just have that door open. And just get rid of all the bile and all the anger and all these things you're having towards this person. That, okay, I initially thought she did it, but now I don't have anything for 2 years. Maybe she didn't do it. And move on. Then we can all come back together and fight for this boy. Because we've been fighting for Baba. I mean, for us on Wunmi's side, and we always say that you hear it on our platforms. If the law says today that she did it, we are not going to be behind her. Wunmi garnered supporters because of the bullying she was facing with her child. That is the Wunmi. That is the Wunmi you have there. It is not Wunmi saying, oh, if the Lord says she didn't do it, no, he will say she did it. If the Lord says she did it, he will say she didn't. No. Nobody's child decides to be killed by another. So if the Lord says she did it, she must well go and face the consequences. But we were there to give her the support because she was being bullied, the child was being bullied over no evidence to that effect. There was a lady that I think had an issue that she killed her husband. I can't remember her name now. She did press conference. The people beside her were people from the women's something ministry to give her support, even though there is clear evidence that she did it. Sometimes you still give people you still give them the support that they need. And the foundation that we have on this Justice for Mohbad mostly deviated sharply from what foundations are for. When things like this happen, foundations will come to help the widow, help the child, help the father whose son died, help the mother, maybe through provisions, through maybe medical support, through just keep being there for them, like the women's whatever ministry was with that lady who killed her husband. They came with her to the press conference. It doesn't mean that she's not going to face the law. The foundations we have here want to be police, they want to be judges, they want to spread false narratives. I've never seen it before. Red Cross does not go and involve in police matters. They don't go and involve in court cases. They go and help victims. You give support. This is what foundations are for. You are saying you're a foundation, you are going to knock on people's door. You are looking for CCTV. That is not your job. You're doing all of these things to rile up the people, to build a narrative, to get money. This is what people did with these foundations. I've
been listening to the conversation. It's been beautiful. Getting me that did well. I think someone just joined.
Yeah, I got to quickly say something before I go back on the
Go on. There's a guy, Ola Abimbola, just joined, and I want him to speak. So make it quick, please. Make it brief.
Okay, thank you. So, when I spoke earlier, I was injecting a bit of sarcasm. Maybe some people did not get it, but I love the fact that Bismida and Escapade, lovely submission, and I'm on that same page. But one thing that I've seen on this Justice for Mohbad, which will make me genuinely that we cannot move on, is this. I've never in my life seen where people will argue against what they don't know. And when they say that you want to hide something from the black man, put it in a book. It kind of showed itself in this Justice for Mohbad. Because someone like me, I've been following it. And everything I read, I'll go to, I would look for 3 sites or 4 that would corroborate and begin to cross-reference before I come to whatever conclusion. Let me give you an instance. Up until early this year, everybody was saying, she didn't go for DNA, she didn't go for DNA. I was like, oh, really? Wow, I wonder why. And I kept looking. And in the course of checking, I actually found that Wunmi actually has a lawyer who made a public, put it on their legal document saying they have asked Baba for DNA test. And up until, I think this is January time, the Baba has not come. Like, wow. So all those people that were saying she didn't go for DNA, where did they get that information? They got it because somebody said that she didn't. So I'm like, if the lawyer wrote I'm just giving an example. If a lawyer wrote last year, middle of last year, to say, go, we are ready for DNA, go, how come we were able to spread the false narrative up until this year? And then I later found out that even Babas confirmed it with a video interview saying it is not really that is holding up the DNA. I do up till now as I'm speaking, some people are saying, hey, that's why she did not go for DNA. I'm like seriously? So why I am of the opinion that we cannot move on? I think people need to be picked up. The people that are making assertion without evidence, they need to be picked up. I don't want anyone to be made a scapegoat. But they might need to be picked up. Yeah, and then secondly, okay, go on. I'm always team DNA must be done because there's a child involved. That child will grow up and see that they called him names. If the man and the so-called grandfather was there, they're calling your grandchild names. They need to do that DNA and make it public. To give Wunmi closure, to give the child closure, it needs to be public.
Dolly P, let me tell you.
Just move on.
Because
honestly, because you're saying, oh, let them mourn. But I don't think that if Baba comes tomorrow and do another concert, you know, even people are ready to move on. Suddenly they will start again. Baba also needs to either shut the echo.
No, on the DNA matter, it's a family matter. The families and family will get together.
IT guy, it's a family matter that brought us here.
Hold on now.
Drag people that don't know anything to be done and see what they should not be done.
It's two-dimensional. Okay, we want to find out the cause of death. We're on a quest to find justice for Mohbad. The DNA situation is an isolated factor that I'm sure.
Sorry, I disagree. Go and watch Baba's interview.
Let me finish now. Maybe I've listened to
you. He said, Baba said, and I quote, let them do DNA.
Hold on. It's an isolated factor. The outcome of the DNA will be one for the family to deal with. When that time comes, they will forgive themselves. We will not be part of the process. They can decide to do the DNA and not divulge the outcome of the DNA to the public. It's their choice. And if that kind of ensues, that is the end of that. Unfortunately, when we go on this quest, DNA was a precedent, like a precedent to our conversation, our understanding, and our enlightenment at the time when different narratives came, and we are now kind of astute to the fact that bloggers got involved in the information that got out to the public. The wife of the deceased did what she had to do. The bloggers did what they had to do. Iyabo Ojo was there. Toto DK was there. And various other sort of like celebrities. We had a yellow man in the house, some kind of senator. We had all sort of shenanigans taking place at the time. They even told us that second in command to the governor or governor representative get 50 million naira, of which they said, and we don't even know if that was true. No one in the family is come out to say they received 50 million from Sanwo-Olu or Sanwo-Olu's representative. Now, the outcome, whatever the case may be, we are intelligent people that listen to the magistrate who said she will not entertain anything to do with DNA in her court. Because as far as she is concerned, the DNA is a family issue. They will refer to a family court. Now, if that is delayed or not delayed, and people want to jack off it, people want to have a bono of it, people want to come off it, that is their problem. It is an isolated family situation that the family can decide they will not divulge that information to the public when it comes out, and they will deal with their own whether it's money, whether it's land, whether it's royalty, whether it's the sun, whether you bought the house in the sun, someone is making noise, whoever it is, can you mute yourself? Dolly P, I think that's you. And that is not our business. That is not projecting anything to assist the inquest, to assist the DPP. The police have done what they had to do. DNA probably came up in what they said, and the magistrates actually deemed it fit at that point in time to isolate that, push it aside and say it's a family matter. It is a family matter, and it doesn't really matter what anyone says from now till tomorrow. The child doesn't look at this. This one doesn't look like. It is none of my business, none of our business. When Mr. Joseph Aloba is ready with his lawyers and they get things sorted out with the previous lawyer, sort out all their money issues, it will be a family matter. And don't forget, they can collectively come together in unity, not to share the information with you and I. So we need to put a closure to aspect of this whole process that is meaningless to our conversation. Meaningless to our conversation. Now, if the police have actually asserted, sort of like say that paternity fraud is actually happened, and then I believe that Uquaid Mohbad must be the father of the child. This is something we actually picked up 22 months ago with no substance, no evidence, no common sense around it. But because Yaba Ojo, VDM, and African Television was the one that broadcast the whole thing for them and used that to start off his own quest to find out Tani Baba baby, because he believes there's a paternity fraud. But up till today, the police, the DPP, nobody, and not even people in the CTC that actually have, apart from fabricated story about a child that is about to be thrown over the Atlantic Ocean, and the driver said nothing of such happened. Nothing of such happened. Mr. Joseph Aloba, the delayed DNA or not, it's got nothing to do with what Uquaid Mohbad. Zero to do with what Uquaid Mohbad.
Comment section, because if they don't do DNA, I'm going to go to Semeboda.
It is got nothing to do with you and I. It's a family matter. And our intelligence and our logic and our common sense is told us that it's a family matter. So anyone who has issue with the DNA to put their petition out.
Sorry. What about Baba Mohbad aligning cause of death to DNA? Don't you think that DNA has to become to the public then? If the father of the disease said align it to the DNA.
An emotional Nollywood script that everybody fell for. As far as the inquest is concerned, they don't give a hoot. The cause of death, the inquest doesn't give a hoot about the DNA. So people can go to radio station, TV station, assert anything they want and say, if you do DNA, I will tell you, it's all emotions. It's all Nollywood script. It's all script. If we are true to this cause and this justice, and we are intelligent people, we focus on what the cause of death actually means to the inquest. Not hearsay, not shading, not here. If you find it, are we so rogued, so kind of doped up? Are we so docile that we don't understand that the judicial process means we only entertain what we see as substantiated element? something that can bring you substance to a cause. Is not DNA. Is not what Baba says. Is not what Baba said or Mama or Adura. Because that is a Nollywood script that people have thrived off, jacking off, coming off for 22 months with no evidence, no substance. DNA is been pushed aside as a family matter, pushed to a family court, and we just need to leave it there. If the police comes tomorrow and they find evidence that is the father of the child that acquired Mohbad, whoever says that and is bold enough to go to the police station will definitely be questioned. And if that person has evidence or evidences, then it can change the dynamics of the process. But otherwise, we are just people that love sensation. Sensation. How low can we get? Karimo is the second nurse. She was in Nigeria before Mohbad died. A woman pushed Mohbad down the stairs. Adura said something about 3 seconds video. As intelligent as we are as Nigerians, no evidence, zero evidence, zero evidence. Wọ́n pe ajá ní ọ̀bọ fún oyin. Someone sees dog and you can see his dog, but they are telling you he's a monkey and you believe it. You believe it. And I will tell you, I'm not on anybody's side, but if you don't have any evidence to buttress your claim, you are as useless as a maggot inside a pit of shit. Inside the gutters. Maggots inside the gutters. Otherwise, we're going to carry on with the conversation. And I just need to have a proper conversation. Go on, Dolly P.
You should have inserted the clap for yourself because that's really a beautiful submission. Honestly, I know I was sarcasm is in what I've been saying, but this J4M opened my eyes.
Are you trying to tell me I should clap for myself?
Yes, clap for yourself or pat yourself on the back. Let's see. It's not on the muscle. I agree with you.
You're so beautiful. Yeah, carry on.
But having said that, I do agree with you. It's a private matter and the DNA. And honestly, one of the things that got me interested was when I started hearing this DNA narrative. And I remember a comment I said, I don't understand. Can you use DNA is that the weapon that was used? Because people that, whether DNA or DNA, and somebody said it in one interview that DNA will prove nothing. Because DNA is not the weapon that was used. People that have DNA, legitimate DNA, they've fight us back. People that don't have the legitimate DNA, they've fight us back. So you people talking about this DNA thing does not make sense. But people were running rogue, like, no, DNA, it looks like Kinikon, it looks like that one, it looks like Lala Lubasa, it looks like... So that's one of the things that made me, that actually drew me, that and the fact that the guy was buried very quickly. I've been said all of that. It's a private matter and everything. But on a more serious note, for what Baba, let me say Baba because it's not Wumi that brought this J4M thing, made it big like this. For what he has said publicly, even if I was the child, if I was Wumi and Oro and his family is family, I would say to Baba, I know I'm your family member. Whatever the outcome of this thing, and I know we don't hold the public, but whatever the outcome of this thing is, you need to make it public for, what's the word? I'm looking for that word, for the sake of my son in the future. And I think that's actually, according to what I heard, one of the reasons she said she's not doing it is because Baba wanted to make it private. And she insisted that, no, you've made this thing public, and therefore, if we're going to do it, we should do it publicly. And I would advocate this thing. But like you said, it's their family matter. But if I was the one, I would say no. For my son's future, we must do it publicly.
Let's hear from Ola. Thank you so much, Dolly P. Really appreciate that.
Hello, good afternoon.
No entrance, joiner. I'm not sure if I
Hello, good afternoon.
before as well.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, very good. Yes, I really appreciate this platform for today. Because nothing is constant. Change is the only constant thing in life. Okay, there's nothing that I need to say. I'm going to be speaking in both English and Yoruba. There's nothing that I need to say now that has not been said by Escapade, Otumba, Aristocrat, African TV, Miss Dolly P, and a lot of others. You said something, IT guy, you said something, you list names of people that we are accusing this lady that she's the one that kpai her husband. I just want you to do something for me, IT guy. The list of names you mentioned, if you can have any way, it's either by a telepathic means or whatever means, you can gather those people that you mentioned that kept on hammering that this lady killed by her husband. If you can have the power to gather all these people together, those group of people, gather them together and give them a test for them not knowing that you are trying to test them. Keep them in one room.
We have all blocked ourselves in this way, that way already.
Okay. I'm just trying to, to use it as an analogy, something like that. Okay. If you can have the opportunity, or maybe somebody else, put them in an open place or in a room, and then maybe like 10 minutes after you go there and just tell them that maybe one of them have stolen your iPhone 16 or whatever. And you just pick on one particular person and said, yes, you are the one that stole my phone. What do you think is going to be the reaction of that person, IT guy? What do you think that particular person is going to say to you?
They won't be able to say anything to me because I would have stolen them and their phone all together. The whole lot of
Okay. Yes, what they're going to tell you is that the person that you accuse is going to tell you that, do you have a proof? What is the proof you have? For you to say, all of us are sitting down here and you said I'm the one that stole your phone. He's going to tell you, what is the proof? Bring out the proof. And if there is a place there is CCTV camera, say, oh, he is going to be the first person to tell you that, oh, let's go and watch the camera. Let them roll the camera back so that you see the person that actually. They're going to ask you for a proof. Because this thing I'm telling you, I actually did it with one of my colleagues here in New York, where we hang out. She is on the other side that, we'll make pie, this thing. I did exactly what I just said now. Unknowingly to him, because we have been having this conversation for a very long time. The first thing he asked me, I accused him. Some of our colleagues are there too. I accused him that you stole my phone. Because that phone deliberately, I didn't bring it to where we hang out every day. I didn't bring it along that day. I said, she stole it. He was asking me that proof. How did I know he's the one that stole it? Is he the only one here? That. I said, you say, I should prove it? I said, that's exactly what you are doing to this lady that you did not even know. You've not even been. I can say he hasn't been to Nigeria since he came to America. He hasn't been to Nigeria more than 2 times. And you're accusing somebody that she is the one that by her husband without no proof. So goes to those people that are hammering. What I only see is sheer wickedness and ignorance. You said something the other time that you don't want your platform to be dragged. I commend you for that. This is a platform for intellectuals. You see, there's a saying, there's one quotation I remember, I don't remember the person that did it. He said, never argue with an ignorant people. They will drag you to their level and beat you with experience. When you argue with an ignorant people, they will drag you to their level and then beat you with experience of that ignorance. So there's no point arguing with anybody on this case. What I'm interested in is that Corona has given a recommendation. It's now left for DPP or whatever they call them, you know, to go forward in prosecuting whoever they want to. I don't care about whatever anybody has to say. Let me tell you, most of these people that are doing all these things mostly are in this Western world. And most of them, you see, in America, let me tell you one thing, IT guy and the panel. In America, if you are telling lies, if you are having proof, if you are having documentation to submit to prove that what you are saying is the truth, they will accept it. Most people got their papers in this country with lies because they have proof, they have document to back it up. That doesn't say that's the truth, but in America, they believe whatever you said, if you are able to back it up with proof, is the truth. Majority in America knew that O.J. Simpson by Nicole, but no proof. Even when they brought out the glove, it doesn't fit O.J. Simpson's hand. But majority of people still believe he by the lady. But there was no proof. There is nothing the justice system can do once there is no proof. But once there is proof, the first thing they look for is the murder weapon. I don't know why these people are behaving like this. People, they will talking as if to say they are living with these people inside their house. Husband and wife, they do argue. People in my country, Nigeria, they don't know the difference between argument. They don't know the difference between argument and fight. They don't know. They don't know. So, IT guy, I thank you, you know, for everything. That is what I have to contribute, you know. If they like, let them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, IT guy, please let me say something before I drop myself.
Carry on, no problems.
Okay, thank you, IT guys. So, at this stage, over 22 months now, maybe over 22 months or more than that, I don't know. I even lose counting. At this stage, at this junction, with Corona inquest verdict, with everything, with whatever investigation, with toxicology and autopsy, there's still no proof that this lady killed her husband. And if there's any people that still believe that this lady killed her husband, there is someone that got arrested. The guy is in Abuja right now. You people, you need to gather yourself. All you guys that believe that this lady killed her husband, you need to gather together, gather yourself wherever you are. In DJ4M, we will donate for you guys. Bring your evidence. We pay you for your ticket. No matter evidence you have that this lady killed her husband, gather everything. We pay for your ticket, even return ticket. Go to Abuja, go and support this guy. This guy need evidence to prove that Wunmi killed her husband. And if you cannot do that, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. Because that is you don't need to come to social media and keep shouting, Wunmi killed her husband, Wunmi killed her husband. If you are saying that just to trigger some people, that if you say something like that, oh, you are going to trigger them, that is stupidity. That is higher stupidity. Oh, if I say Wunmi killed her husband, it's going to trigger some people. At this stage, if you still believe Wunmi killed her husband, gather your evidence. The guy that got arrested, he need evidence, need your support. And if you cannot do that, that means you guys are the one obstructing justice. Because you have evidence, you believe Wunmi by your husband, and you cannot come out. It's better you don't make fool of yourself again. So thank you, IT guy. That is what I just want to say. Thank you so much.
Now, for me, everyone's appreciated, everyone's welcome. We've had hours today. We can have more hours as the energy permits me to, obviously. As you all know, Sunday is also a resting day. And I'm appreciative, really, of all the people that join the conversation, people listening on the window, people who have blocked me and using their, what's it called again, their fake account. To me, we always find them out. They are welcome, you know, because in a civil society, there is a way we engage. With civility, there is a way we respect ourselves. Now, we can fall out. I sometimes, excuse me, let's finish a bowl of plazas. The Sierra Leoneans, we call it plazas. Is trying to go the wrong way, but devil is a liar. Yeah, so we loan ourselves common sense. Common sense is not PhD. It's not your first degree. It's not secondary school education. Common sense, as I've always said, I've used the analogy. If I tell my son to boil an egg, and he knows what to do, and I've told him that it would take 7 to 10 minutes. If you want a soft boil, you turn it off at 7 minutes. Otherwise, anytime after 7 minutes, it'll be hard boiled. It's a common sense instruction. And I think that when it's ready for 7 or 10 minutes, it will switch off the gas. And at that point in time, it's likely to come to me and say, what do I do now? And I can say, you know, get a bowl in the sink, put cold water in it, drop the egg in it, wait for a few minutes, it will be easy to peel. That is common sense. Literally common sense. Now, they say there are some women, they can't cook, they won't cook. Unfortunately, they will not even be able to boil an egg. Where's your common sense gone? It actually shows that common sense is also not common. And that's where we are.
Sorry, I have a question now.
Go on.
Because you said something about decency, common sense. You know, one of the lady you mentioned, I think, is it Kofi or whatever?
Yeah.
Way back. This thing really baffled me. Way back before I even started talking on TikTok or anything. Yeah. She was making a comment.
Paula Shade, a very good evening to you. Carry on.
She was making a video and she was saying, your Jimmy said, can you come? Let me tell you, this is where that thing baffled me, and up until today, I don't want to put her in a box. And I'm like, how do they think? Apparently because Yomi did something, and the next, and I don't want to mention it, but it's just, and we don't need to discuss it here. It's just something it's something to ponder on or maybe discuss in the future. Because Yomi did something. So Wunmi now did interview on TVC. And I said, Yomi said, I'm like, do you know, as in, I was, my logical, I'm like, I don't understand. Somebody did an interview and she didn't confess anything, but you're saying, so I was trying to, and I said, hello, ma, So I was actually being respectful. Say, how does the interview, if anything, the interview she did is even making her look better because she's now disputing some of the claims you guys made. You know what this lady said? Olori Buruku ko de need. Did not even let it land. Like the comments came and she was starting to curse. I'm like, I was like, you know, shit. That's one of the reasons why I like coming here without being called Aeru.
I will tell you something.
Immediately cussing.
I will tell you something. That there are certain platforms you go to, they allow your request because they are not known to you. There are platforms you go to, they also allow you to come up because they know who you are. So this earlier today, when I went on a platform, soon as I got up, I got someone who's actually got a bad hangover. He's hung over the IT guy, and straight away he started cursing me. Not his platform, someone else's platform. And I think the Temis platform, I've done a replay already this afternoon. I only went up there because of the host. Now, this is a problem. Everybody in there believe that every single one of them are enemies to the IT guy. And the fact that I have the audacity, the temerity, the energy, and the nerves to come up, it means I'm coming up to apologize. So they've preempted me coming up. They brought me up because they expected me to apologize. Anyway, I dismantled their mindset because I'm notorious. And my notoriety is based on the fact that I will say what people don't want to say about you. Because it's on the street already, I am just vocal about it. I will tell you who said it, and I will say it to you, and it's up to you to think, what do I do? Me, I'm a whistleblower. The reason why I'm a whistleblower is I don't know how to keep secrets. I don't know how to lie. I don't know how to protect anything that has nothing to do with me. And I don't go into places where someone will come and say, CIT guy here. All that is correct. I carry myself in a correct way. It's just an app now. If you are not happy about what they are, see, some of them, they love it when you are saying anything you want to say about other people. They are celebrating you, they're reposting anything anybody posts. The moment you have an opinion about their character, maybe say, Shokmono, don't enter the market. You don't have to like me on your platform, and you can disrespect me on your platform. And then something ensued. A family member said to you, oh, what are you doing there? These people are sort of like shallow. They actually sort of like know up to your intelligence to be rubbing your shoulders with this kind of people. And I took it on board. They will never find me on those kind of platforms ever again. And that is a promise. But if someone who is not even for justice for Morgan has been following you a little bit, a family member, whatever the case may be, and I actually kind of sort of like say that to you on a Sunday, that means God is blessed today. And these maggots, these ne'er-do-good individuals, these individuals that actually cannot reshape their medulla oblongata to understand common sense. No wonder they don't want to engage with the IT guy. Now that the IT guy knows their game, the IT guy will now start blocking the ass of them. When we're having civil conversation, they can only use their fake account to request. On that note, my wonderful people, it's time to sign out. It's been wonderful. African Television Aristocrat that came early.
I came late.
Yeah. Various other people that came. Everybody that got told off. You did not get told off because you've done something a grave. It's just that there are certain things I will not allow on this platform, and I don't want people to take things away from this platform to say they picked it up from African IT guys platform. But on that note, there's palm wine tappers. You keep tapping. I'm still waiting for my wine, my palm wine. You tap, 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 tap. And without you guys tapping, without my comrade, my, how can I put it, ever so present, ever so loyal panelist. I mean, you guys are supreme and noble. Glad that we always have civil conversation. We're going to do it again. It could be this time next week. It could be sooner than that, depending on development where applicable. And don't forget that people DM me and say, "Hey, guy, we haven't heard from you for a while." What's happening? Always laughing and smiling. I want to bring something to the general public. It's gonna be part of Justice for Mobile because of you people, friends I've acquired over the last 22 months. Talking about finances, I'll be advising people on money matters. Most importantly, as we grow older, we kind of think about pension. You can't. I don't think I can go away without acknowledging my lady, Madam Folashade. So let me finish this.
You don't want me to talk today.
Oh no. Sorry, I don't. So let me finish this before you speak. Maybe we don't even know where the conversation is gonna go. So I want to be able to engage with people about money matters. We all make money. Everybody please mute yourself. I don't know where the noise is coming from. Whatever the case may be, we all make money in life. We get to a point in our life when we start thinking about retirement. A lot of people make wrong choices in life. Sometimes even when you get to the age of 50, 55, you may decide that you've got 10 years to retire. It may not be too late. There are aspects of other processes, investments, various other aspects of savings that you can put into the picture. And when you do these things, it will be, even in 10 years, you will be surprised the amount of wealth you can amass. We're in the West. We all want to finish off and find one day to go and retire in Africa, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's Ghana, whether it's the Gambia, Liberia, or Sierra Leone, where applicable. I will be bringing the program soon. I'm sure Chairman, African TV, Aristocrat, and various other comrades of mine will find it appealing, and we can actually kind of rub minds and advise ourselves where applicable. So, Madam Folashade, you now have the floor.
Good evening, IT guy.
A very good evening to you, ma'am.
Good job, because everything in life, we all has to be truthful in whatever we are doing. You remember last week when we were discussing, I told you what is going to be probably the outcome of this matter. What these people are doing to you by abusing you and doing all these things to you is what we call transfer aggression. Because anyone that doesn't think the way they were thinking is their enemy. And then whatever truth will always prevail in whatever we are doing. You know, I told you that day that everyone has their own say in whatever, their own blame in whatever that happened. And I'm happy the judge is able to deal with all what really happened. But if you don't have any evidence for anything, there is no need for pushing the wrong narrative. This time around, I expected all these people to have been blaming themselves for pushing the wrong narrative and misleading the public, especially on the social media, on what is happening. But now, if there is no context for them, what I'm expecting for them is just to see a learning lesson about what has happened so far. You remember when I was telling you last week that, well, they can never charge anyone saying that because you did not take someone who has got capacity to the hospital, where they can have their self to feel, I wish we have done this one in time. Even if they take him to the hospital at that particular time, if it is destiny that this boy will die, even because people not dying in the hospital, it doesn't mean that they didn't try their best. But pushing all this wrong narrative is another problem. Look at the way people are doing on the social media now. They keep misleading those people that don't, there are some people, whatever you tell them is what they are going to believe. So I don't understand, it's like a moving train. Somebody is telling them to stop the moving train. I told them, because if you don't have a proof, court will deal with proof and evidence to bring to, even if anyone likes, let them go to heaven and get their own lawyer. They can never win this case. I told you last week, I never even know that there is going to be a court case on the second day when we were discussing it. Because anywhere in the world, you can only, they are blaming their lawyer. They will carry on blaming and blaming. I can't blame the lawyer because it's their job. Whether they are going to win or they are not going to win, they will take their case and get their money. Because definitely, if you search them very well, you will know that this man that they call Shitu has already told us that there was a fight. That was what they built their case on. From the beginning, there was a fight and there was injury and there was a nurse. And Josie did not say anything wrong about it. It didn't, probably is that maybe behind this man has been telling Mr. Loba that, this is going to be the outcome. He never listened to them. He never listened. Because your lawyer will have been able to tell you what is going to be the outcome, because you have to gather your evidence to give to your lawyer. Lawyer cannot go around and be looking for evidence for you. So, and then the judge has already done it, because there is no way you can, and they keep abusing this judge. This judge said, if anybody comes out on the social media to say otherwise again, it means it's a contempt. So anyone that is being arrested now, they will only have themselves to blame, because no one is good. Because if you keep on pushing the wrong narrative, after they have been able to ascertain, the nurse said, I gave this particular person injection. And then we knew the route and the method of administration was very, very wrong. I think, even if it is a registered nurse or doctor that go to people's house to administer the injection without any prescription, she's going to be accountable for her action. Why are people so wicked to the extent that
do you know one thing, Madam Fola?
Yeah.
Is that even a registered nurse, a qualified nurse, can still make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side, the person receiving the treatment can still react the same way.
Exactly. I'm not
Whether
saying
it's a registered nurse or a quack nurse.
that is what I'm saying, that whether it's a registered nurse or doctor or anyone, the moment you go and the patient reacts to anything, even if you are in the hospital and the patient died, they have to do investigation about it. What and what did you give? And then if you are giving it in the hospital and then it was being prescribed and then they knew that you gave the thing, they know that it can. And then when they try to, if they give any antidote and anything and the patient is unable to be revived, there is nothing they can do about it. They will say it's a learning lesson, they will investigate.
Madam Folashade, as I live in England and I have friends and family relatives in the NHS.
Me too, I work in the NHS.
Yeah, I know. We've had this conversation last week.
Yeah.
You know how many people that died in the NHS in the course of the day with everything that is available? That
is what I'm saying. That
even with the antidote,
it will happen. And that's what I'm saying. I said, well, when they give the antidote and it's not able to, the patient cannot, you can't revive them. There's nothing we can do, because it means the patient is, anyone can die as a result of any medication so far. So our own is that, so even if you do know in the hospital, we too will make mistake.
Exactly.
So
okay, someone
the mistake. There is something we call duty of candor.
Hold on. Someone said a registered nurse will know not to give. Look, when
if he can happen.
Let me address this.
Mm-hmm.
Queen Latifah, you don't know what you're talking about, because within the Western countries, within the fountain of you believing that things should go accordingly, nurses make mistakes and people buy at the end of that mistake.
Yes.
Even inside that hospital, and you see, not to give tetanus shot intravenously. Do you know how many people within the NHS in the UK that have been given such wrongly and have
That's what I'm
fight?
saying. And then IT guy, I'm sorry to say, when you, as a nurse, when you are in the hospital, you gave the wrong medication to a patient. There are procedures to be followed. You understand?
Hold on.
You are going to be accountable for that.
Hold on, Madam Folashade. All you need to do is come up and speak.
That is what I'm saying.
Mistakes happen.
Mm-hmm.
Mistakes happen. Even the best doctors, the best surgeon, sometimes make the wrong move. People buy. And that is life. That is just life.
What I'm now telling you now is that if you work in the hospital, you made a mistake. After all the procedure duty of candor, you explain to the patient, you explain to the family, you explain to the doctor, they will go around, and then it doesn't mean you are not going to be accountable for giving the wrong medication and that which led to patient death. So there are some of them, they will say, okay, is it mild? Is it severe? Is it something that makes the patient life? So if it is just mind that, okay, they will say, well, it's a learning lesson, you have to reflect, and they will give somebody to you to you will reflect, and then there are certain things you have to go through, and then they will have to supervise you for some time. Because everything according to what happened. But if a patient die as a result of that, even if it's in the hospital, the family, if they want to press the charges, you have to go to court, and then you have to serve your time. Now, our people don't want this lady, the nurse, to be accountable for what she has done. Where is it done? Is it possible for someone to come and say, I gave the medication, and then she's not the one that she's being paid? Because the way people were thinking, it's very, very difficult for me to just go through it. And then majority of our people that went to school that are well learned, they were just pushing the wrong narrative and selling. The problem is the people that, yes?
The problem we have is that we are lost in space and we engage on applications. We lost our sensories, our common sense, and who we are. And suddenly it's all about taking camps, jumping on this camp and that side. If the outcome of the inquest simply said this guy died because of medical negligence, what is it about English that we don't understand? Do we now need to go to Nigeria, translate it in Igbo, in Yoruba, in Hausa, and various other tons of ethnic groups and all sorts of shades of languages that we have? Dialects are where applicable to say them talk say na medical negligence. Someone who listens to that, it'll be medical knifing or everything, whatever, and then they can sit you down and say, sit down, this is the translation, medical negligence. Baba buried him.
We're going to
Baba buried him early, okay.
Yes.
Wife did not take him to hospital in a timely manner, okay. But at the end of the day, nurse will inject Mohbad, where Mohbad buy, don't come to tell us say na him do am. So which one we go? How we go translate this one with Yoruba, Igbo, and Pidgin? Say the nurse where they invite come Mohbad also na him kpai am. How he kpai am? He come inject am wrongly. Whether he inject am for him balls or a bollocks or him bomb or wherever, the nurse no land in job. He just inject am pie. The thing where we say, we just say he convulsed, or We just see all sorts of things happening.
All signs of someone reacting to any injection or something.
The rest of it, we can start speaking English. We can bring nurses, doctors. The boss man can go and bring a lawyer to say, what can we do? There is nothing we can do.
So let's talk, how are we going to deal with all these people living abroad? They call themselves lecturer. And then, you know, all these people that are illiterate, that are working, that are asking them questions.
My supreme godmother, my mother, what happens in the West is that people don't have lives. The moment they find something to tag on social media, that becomes their life.
Oh, you are right.
So when this whole thing finished, there are some people that say that they are concerned citizens that decided to wait until the verdict of the inquest or act. Now, they are now going to start throwing petition, and then the judicial process is going to ask you, are you related to any members of the deceased? You will say no. So why should the system listen to you? Because in 22 months, similar petition is in a Akpoti, under Alagbon, under wherever it is, zone 2 and everywhere. They have all the names of all the people on Justice for Mobile on this black app.
But do you know what made me pass?
Silly petitions under the counter.
Sorry, you know what made me pass now is the issue of this guy was bullied. And are we going to overlook that? Because of all this, wife fire, that is the reason why we have not been able to deal with the issue. If they don't deal with issue of this bullying that led to this guy to be depressed, that led him to be suicidal, and making him to be not be able to account for it.
The question we need to ask all these idiots, all these foolish people, is that if Mohbad is their son, I'm not saying uncle or brother or auntie, if Mohbad is their son, will they engage on social media to find solution?
They need another content though.
Exactly.
Because we should be talking, if they want to remain relevant on social media. There are a lot of things we can talk about. A lot of things in the country that we need to help. You know, some people don't know what is good.
If Sham, as you've heard, Sham Sodium is being picked up.
I heard about it. And then they will never learn lesson. Arifa did his own marriage in
they don't pick up. Now, at the end of the day, right now, how many of them are now writing petition to Abuja to release him?
You are on your own now. So, carry your load. It's like they are just listening to themselves. And the moment one of them die and one of them is in trouble, they will start making jest of that person. You know, the same thing. Arifa did this marriage in the police custody or Alagbon or whatever he has panty. Where is he? Is he Kirikiri? He did this and he came back, he never learned lesson. Westo is gone out of the country hiding. What is wrong with these people? Are they crazy?
Well, you know,
maybe
we are Nigerians. We have
content for them.
lot to suffer to make points because they are giving you lion on your platform and they are telling you you are intelligent on your platform, even though your brain is even not working.
They use their money to go and force people to interview them. At the end of the day,
listen, ọ̀nà àtijẹ is very hard.
And so we don't want them to be fed up of their own shenanigans.
Maybe you say you are setting up something. Where we should do seminar for them. What other content you can do on TikTok that is not just for them? Because because these people, we are just talking because we have jobs and we have other. Some of these people, that is what has been feeding them for the past how many months. They are not saying that they should not work again. Maybe we should do
Dolly P.
How to dance, how to do balongo on TikTok to make money.
Dolly P. You see, this is the thing. The first thing you need to look out is that if they are creative in the last 22 months, after a while, they would have looked for another side hustle on the same black app. And that will mean they are creating content. It is unfortunate to kind of see how docile these people are. And the only thing they can think about is getting lions and Ewedu on Justice for Mohbad. Now,
that's why they say you speak too much English. We are talking about people that don't know book. We are talking about creative.
Yeah,
let us break it down for them. Step one, how to dance. Step two, how to jump. So that they will stop talking about.
It's not your education.
When you do to the lecturer too.
It's not the education.
The ones that are well learned.
Yeah,
are we going to treat them? This is what is happening. Because I think if Folashade can come out to say, Wumi, if they pay me, I'm going to come out. And then she was being paid again and come out. What do you expect her to say?
See, when you can, let me tell you, I'm being serious. Let us do a curriculum for them. Because if you dance on TikTok, you can make money. If you do roundabout, you can make money. Let us teach them. I get it. They will still be nuisancing the nuisance they are nuisancing.
Listen to this. In my field, they say, if you are paying peanuts, you get monkeys. And because DVM is what's a VDM is paying peanuts. There are monkeys all over the place. And that's what it is. You just need to give people a bit of money, and you need the Aries and the Sammy Jojos of yesterday to coach these people, fund DVM, VDM, and hand over Folashade to them. And she came up with a narrative and everything she has to say. There's no Monday, there's no Tuesday, there's no Wednesday, there's no week before, there's no during, there's no after. Look at the bits that will make me question VDM's intelligence.
Don't blame me now.
If he has any intelligence at all.
No education, no job, no career. So it's just been there deceiving all those people who are okay, Yomi came. How many days? After 2 years
VDM is the Messiah.
I don't care.
Anyway,
I know. It's just funny because people actually believe that he's doing something.
Folashade has been supreme. It's been great. It's been grand. It's wonderful to have you again, Dolly P. The last two people here. I have to properly go now because I have to. You guys have been wonderful. And hopefully the next time we get together again. But you guys, I am so sorry I have to go. But you've been wonderful. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So for what it's worth, I'm saying thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
And everything. But you guys have been fabulous. Have a wonderful